There is a place where ancient mountains rise like sleeping giants, where mist hangs low over green valleys, and rivers whisper stories older than time itself. In this land, the past is never truly gone. It lives in the wind, in the stones, in the very air. This is Wales, a land where myth and reality intertwine, where the boundaries between this world and the world of gods, giants, and magical beings blur, sometimes becoming invisible altogether. Welsh mythology is not just a collection of old stories. It is the heartbeat of the land, pulsing through its hills and valleys, a living memory of the people who called this place home for thousands of years. These myths were told and retold around hearths, passed from one generation to the next, woven into the fabric of daily life. For the Welsh, their legends were never far away. They were in the earth beneath their feet and in the sky above. In these ancient tales, there is a sense of longing, a yearning for something just out of reach, the magic of another time, another place. The gods and goddesses, the heroes and the monsters of Welsh mythology, are not distant figures. They are part of the land itself, their stories echoing across time. These legends tell of great love, bitter betrayal, and fierce battles that shaped the world. And though they may seem like distant echoes of a forgotten past, they still have the power to move hearts and stir the imagination. Wales is a land of wild beauty, where nature feels alive with spirit and energy. Towering mountains like Snowdon, Lleu, and misty lakes such as Lleu Tegid are not just natural features, they are sacred places, touched by the hands of gods and filled with mystery. To walk through these landscapes is to walk in the footsteps of legends. It is said that on certain nights, when the wind is just right, you can hear the soft laughter of the Tylwyth Teg, the fairy folk, drifting through the trees. The geography of Wales is the perfect backdrop for its mythology. The rugged cliffs and dark forests seem made for stories of magic and wonder. In the rivers, heroes sought wisdom, and in the mountains, gods roamed. The ancient Celts who first told these stories understood the power of the land. They believed it was alive, full of spirits, and rich with the presence of the divine. Every tree, every river, every rock held meaning. The natural world wasn't just a setting for these myths, it was an essential part of them. The Welsh believed in a world where the ordinary and the extraordinary lived side by side. There wasn't a strict line between the human world and the other world, where gods and magical creatures dwelled. Instead, these realms overlapped. Sometimes, without warning, a hero might stumble into a land of eternal youth or cross paths with a being not of this earth. Time could bend and twist in this world, and what seemed like a day could turn into 100 years. In these myths, the gods weren't distant, untouchable beings. They were like the Welsh people themselves, proud, strong, and sometimes flawed. Figures like Pwyll, the Prince of Dyfed, and Rhiannon, the mysterious woman on a white horse, lived in a world of wonder and danger, where every decision carried the weight of destiny. Pwyll's encounter with Arianrhod, the Lord of the Otherworld, is one such story. When Pwyll mistakenly insults Arianrhod, he agrees to trade places with him for a year, ruling in his stead. But this is no simple act. It is a test of honor, trust, and loyalty. These themes resonate deeply with anyone who knows the importance of promises and the cost of breaking them. And then there is Rhiannon, whose beauty and grace hide a heartache so deep that it touches something primal in us all. Her story is one of love and loss, of false accusations and unwavering strength. She is wrongly accused of killing her own child and forced to endure years of humiliation, but through it all, she holds her head high. Her story speaks to the resilience of the human spirit, to the quiet dignity of those who suffer yet refuse to be broken. One of the most powerful symbols in Welsh mythology is the cauldron, not just any cauldron, but a magical one that could bring the dead back to life. This cauldron, found in the story of Branwen, is a reminder that life and death are not final, separate states, but part of a larger cycle. Branwen's tale is one of sorrow, as she is married off to a foreign king, only to be mistreated and cast aside. The cauldron of rebirth, used in a brutal war, becomes a haunting symbol of the cost of pride and violence. But it's not all darkness and tragedy. There is humor and light, too, in these tales. Take Taliesin, the bard whose wisdom and cleverness are legendary. Born from the cauldron of the goddess Ceridwen, Taliesin's story is one of transformation and magic. As a child, he is granted all the knowledge of the universe, and his sharp wit and playful spirit shine through in the many tales of his adventures. Taliesin represents the power of words, the magic of storytelling itself, reminding us that myths aren't just about heroes with swords, but about the stories we tell to understand the world and our place in it. The connection between the land and its people is undeniable. The hills and rivers hold memories, just as the people do. And even though centuries have passed since these myths were first told, the land remembers. It holds onto its stories, and through them, it holds onto its people. For the Welsh, their mythology is not something distant or abstract. It's personal. It's part of who they are. The land of Wales, with its rugged mountains and hidden valleys, seems like the perfect place for such myths to be born. It's a place where you can almost feel the presence of the past, as if it's waiting just beneath the surface. In the wind that sweeps across the moors, and the waves crashing against the rocky shores, and the stillness of the ancient forests, the myths of Wales are alive. They are part of the very fabric of this land, woven into its stones and streams, whispered in the leaves of its trees. There is a magic here that cannot be easily explained, a magic that has been felt by all those who have come to this place and listened to its stories. And those stories, of gods, heroes, love, and loss, continue to inspire, to stir something deep within. They are not just stories of the past. They are alive, just as the land is alive. In every corner of Wales, there is a story waiting to be told. In the ancient days, when the world was young and the veil between the seen and unseen was thin, there were whispers of gods who walked among men. These gods were not distant or untouchable. They were woven into the land, as much a part of it as the rivers and mountains, the trees and the stars. To the Celtic people, these deities were the pulse of life itself. They were both kind and fierce, generous and unforgiving, embodying the wild, untamed nature of the world around them. These gods, born from the Celtic imagination, carried a power that echoed across the ages and into the mythology of Wales. The gods of the Celtic pantheon were not like the figures from other mythologies. They were more primal, more connected to the forces of nature. They were the thunder in the sky, the growth of the crops, the fury of the storm. When the Celts looked to their gods, they saw reflections of themselves and their world. Each deity held a role in the great web of life, from the birth of a child to the rise of a king, from the cycle of the seasons to the fate of nations. One of the most powerful figures in this pantheon is Dawn, the mother of gods. Dawn is not merely a goddess, but a force of creation itself. She is the earth, the sky, and the stars, the great mother who gives life to all things. Her children are the ones who shape the world, who carry her essence into every corner of existence. In Welsh mythology, Dawn's legacy lives on through her descendants, who play a crucial role in the myths of the land. They are the shapers of fate, the rulers of kingdoms, and the bearers of magic. Among her children is Gwydion, the master of magic and trickery. Gwydion is a god who understands the power of words, of stories, and of transformation. He is the one who weaves spells, who changes the shape of things, bending the natural order to his will. His cleverness is both admired and feared, for in his hands, the very fabric of the world can be altered. Gwydion's story in Welsh mythology is one of both light and shadow. He is the one who helps create the hero Lleu gifs, yet he also brings great sorrow through his actions. His magic is as dangerous as it is wondrous, reminding us that power, in any form, comes with consequences. Then there is Arianrhod, the lord of Annwn, the otherworld. Arianrhod is the ruler of a land where time flows differently, where life and death are not bound by the rules of the mortal world. His domain is a place of great beauty and mystery, but also of danger. Arianrhod himself is a figure of dignity and honor, despite ruling over the land of the dead. In the tale of Pwyll, Arianrhod tests the human prince by swapping places with him for a year, trusting him with his kingdom and his secrets. It is a story of respect and trust, but also of the delicate balance between life and the afterlife. Arianrhod's connection to Welsh mythology is a reminder that the gods of the Celtic pantheon were not only tied to the living world, but also to what lies beyond it. Rhiannon, another figure closely tied to the gods of the Celtic world, embodies grace and endurance. She rides through the mists on her white horse, moving with an otherworldly elegance that captures the imagination. But Rhiannon's story is one of heartache and resilience. Wrongly accused of a crime she did not commit, she is forced to endure years of suffering. And yet, through it all, she remains steadfast, a symbol of the strength that lies in patience and quiet determination. In her, the spirit of the Celtic goddess lives on, a reminder that true power is not always loud or violent, but often lies in the ability to endure the hardest trials with dignity. The gods of the Celtic pantheon were not confined to one role or one place. They could be both creators and destroyers, healers and warriors. Bran the Blessed, for instance, was a giant of a man, a king among both humans and gods. His size and strength were legendary, but so was his wisdom and compassion. He carried a cauldron of rebirth, a gift that could bring the dead back to life, but even this great power could not prevent his own tragic death. Bran's story is one of sacrifice, a god who gives everything for his people, even though it costs him his life. His legend speaks of the bittersweet nature of power, the way it can both save and destroy. The influence of these gods flowed through every aspect of Celtic life, shaping not only the world around them but also the way people lived and loved, fought and died. These deities were not remote figures sitting high on a distant mountain. They were present in the wind that howled through the trees, in the flames of the hearth, and the changing of the seasons. They walked beside the people, shared their struggles, and in many ways, were reflections of them. Lleu, for example, was a god of skill and mastery, known for his many talents. He was the bright one, the bringer of light, and yet he was also a warrior, fierce and unrelenting in battle. Lleu's strength lay not only in his physical power, but in his intelligence, his ability to see beyond the surface of things. In many ways, he embodied the Celtic ideal of the complete person, skilled in both art and war, wise and powerful, a protector and a creator. His influence is seen in Welsh mythology through characters like Lleu, whose birth and life echo Lleu's many gifts. The Celtic gods were not only creators and rulers but protectors of the land itself. The landscape of Wales, with its wild hills and deep forests, its rolling rivers and quiet lakes, was sacred to these deities. They were the guardians of nature, and the people who lived there knew that to respect the land was to honor the gods. This connection between the divine and the natural world is at the heart of Celtic belief and is woven through the myths that were passed down through generations. To harm the land was to anger the gods, and to honor the land was to live in harmony with them. As the centuries passed and the Celtic world changed, the gods remained, their stories whispered in the wind and carried in the hearts of the people. Even as new religions and new ways of thinking took hold, the gods of the Celtic pantheon never truly disappeared. Their influence lingered, shaping the myths and legends that followed, their power and presence a reminder of a time when the world was alive with magic and the gods walked among us. The Welsh gods, born from the Celtic tradition, carried the wild, untamed energy of the land itself. Their stories are fierce, filled with passion and power, loss and redemption. They were not distant rulers, they were part of the earth, part of the people. Even today, when the wind sweeps through the valleys of Wales and the mists cling to the mountains, it is said that the old gods are still there, watching, waiting, their presence as real and eternal as the land they once ruled. In the silence before time began, when there was no sky, no earth, and no sea, there was only the darkness, a deep, endless void. But in that emptiness, something stirred. From nothingness, a breath, faint and barely heard, swept across the abyss, like the first sigh of the universe awakening from a long sleep. This breath carried within it the seed of everything, the spark that would ignite the creation of all that is. In the Welsh myths of creation, the world didn't burst into existence in a single, blinding flash. Instead, it grew, slowly and purposefully, like a tree stretching its roots deep into the earth. Before there was land or sky, before there were the stars that hung like lanterns in the heavens, there was only the infinite sea, vast and without boundaries. The sea, restless and untamed, churned with the potential of life, its dark waters heavy with the weight of worlds yet unborn. From the heart of the sea, a great force began to rise. This force was not like anything we can name. It was both the beginning and the end, a force of creation and destruction, of life and death. It was the essence of all things, both seen and unseen, and from this force, the world began to take shape. First came the earth, solid and enduring, rising from the depths like an island breaking free from the waves. It was wild and raw, untouched by hands or tools, a place where mountains clawed their way up to the sky, and rivers cut deep paths through the valleys. As the earth formed, the sky unfolded above it, vast and limitless. It was a sky unlike any we know today. It was closer, more vibrant, its colors shifting like the sea, changing with the breath of the gods. The sun was born, a great golden orb, burning with the fire of creation, casting its light over the new world. And with the sun came the moon, pale and gentle, watching over the night with a quiet, steady glow. The stars, like sparks from the forge of a blacksmith, were flung across the sky, each one carrying a part of the magic that brought the world into being. But the earth, though beautiful, was empty. It was a land of silence, waiting for something to stir its heart. And so, from the soil and the stone, from the rivers and the seas, life began to emerge. The trees were the first to rise, their roots digging deep into the belly of the earth, their branches reaching out to touch the sky. They were ancient beings, full of wisdom, their leaves whispering the secrets of the creation to the wind. And then came the animals, each one born from the spirit of the land and sea. The birds, with wings made of wind and light, filled the skies with their songs. The fish swam through the rivers and oceans, their scales shimmering like the stars above. On the earth, the creatures of the land took their place, the great stags with their antlers like crowns, the wolves with their eyes that glowed with the fire of the first dawn. Each animal carried within it a spark of the divine, a connection to the forces that had shaped the world. But the world was not yet complete. It needed a heart, a spirit to walk the land and speak the language of the gods. From the earth itself, the first humans were formed. They were shaped from the clay of the rivers, the dust of the mountains, and the breath of the wind. Their eyes were filled with the light of the sun and moon, their bodies made strong by the strength of the trees and the rivers that flowed through them. These first humans were not like the people of today. They were closer to the gods, their souls tied to the world in ways that have long since faded from memory. They could hear the voice of the earth beneath their feet and the song of the stars above. And as the humans took their first steps on this new earth, the gods looked down upon them with both pride and wonder. The world, once silent and still, was now alive, filled with movement and song, with the laughter of the wind and the roar of the seas. But this creation was not just a gift, it was a balance, a delicate harmony that had to be maintained. The forces that had brought the world into being could just as easily tear it apart. The earth and the sky, the sea and the land, the light and the dark, all had their place, all were needed to keep the world whole. In the Welsh myths, creation is not a single act, but an ongoing process, a constant dance between the forces of life and death, of creation and destruction. The gods, though powerful, are not all-seeing or all-knowing. They are bound by the same forces that shape the world, and their power comes from the same source as the wind and the rain, the fire and the earth. They are a part of the world, just as the world is a part of them. There is a sense of awe and reverence in these stories, a feeling that the world itself is sacred, that every tree, every stone, every river is filled with the breath of the gods. The mountains are not just mountains, they are the bones of the earth, the places where the gods once walked. The rivers are not just water, they are the veins of the land, carrying the lifeblood of creation through the world. The wind is not just air, it is the voice of the gods, whispering through the trees, telling the stories of the beginning, reminding us of the forces that shaped us and the world we live in. In this ancient world, the boundaries between the physical and the spiritual were blurred, and the forces of nature were not just to be respected, but honored. The creation of the world was not a distant event, lost in the mists of time, but something that was still happening, still alive, and every breath of wind, and every ripple of the water. it was a reminder that we are all a part of something much greater, something timeless and eternal, and that the forces that shape the world are still with us, and the beating of our hearts and the movement of the stars above. The creation myths of Wales speak to the beauty and fragility of life, to the wonder of existence itself. They remind us that the world is not just a place we live in, but a living, breathing entity, filled with magic and mystery, with forces beyond our understanding. And in that world, we are not just observers but participants, shaped by the same forces that created the mountains and the seas, the stars and the sky. We are, in every sense, a part of the story of creation, a story that began long ago, in the silence before the world was born, and continues still, in the whisper of the wind and the breath of the sea. In the soft glow of twilight, when the world hovers between day and night, there are whispers of ancient beings, older than memory itself. They are not like us, and yet they are bound to our world, woven into the land, the sky, and the very breath of the wind. They are the children of dawn, born of the great mother goddess, carrying within them the power and mystery of creation. Their stories are not merely legends, but echoes of a time when the earth was young, and the veil between worlds was thin. The Tylwyth Teg, as they are called in the old tongue, are not like other beings. They are both light and shadow, joy and sorrow, a reflection of the forces that shape the world. To see them is to glimpse something that lies just beyond our reach, something beautiful and terrifying at once. They are beings of magic, their presence felt in the rustling of leaves, the shimmering light of a distant star, or the soft ripple of a stream. They are tied to the world in ways we can barely understand, guardians and shapers of the forces that gave life to all things. The children of dawn were not merely figures in the shadows of forests. They were part of the fabric of creation itself. In those early days, when the world was being shaped from the void, it was their hands, their magic, that helped bring the elements together. They are not gods, but they are not mortal either. They are something in between, something ancient, carrying within them the wisdom and the power of the gods, but also the fragility of the earth. Dawn, their mother, was not just the mother of gods, but of life itself. Her spirit flowed through the land, giving birth to her children, each one carrying a part of her essence. The first of her children, Gwydion, was a master of magic, a weaver of spells, and a speaker of words that could change the very nature of reality. He was cunning, clever, and dangerous, always walking the fine line between creation and destruction. Gwydion's heart was wild and untamed, like the winds that sweep across the highest mountains, and his powers reflected that wildness. He could summon storms, change the shape of things, and alter the course of fate with a whisper. But for all his power, Gwydion was not invincible. His story is one of triumphs and losses, of wisdom gained through pain. In him, the magic of dawn lives on, but so too does the responsibility of shaping the world, a burden that he carries with both pride and sorrow. And then there is his sister, Arianrhod, a goddess of the stars, whose beauty is said to rival the moon itself. She is the keeper of mysteries, the guardian of the sky, and her presence can be felt in the twinkling lights that fill the night. But Arianrhod's beauty is not without pain. Her story is one of betrayal and resilience, of a mother's love twisted by pride and the coldness of a heart hardened by life's trials. She bore children, but they were not born in love or joy. They came into the world through magic, through secrets and lies, and Arianrhod turned her back on them, unwilling to accept the consequences of her own actions. Yet even in her rejection, her children, Lleu, Gifs and Dylan, grew to embody the magic of their lineage. Lleu, the golden boy, blessed with strength and cunning, would rise to become a hero of the land, his deeds echoing through the ages. Dylan, the child of the sea, would return to the waters, becoming one with the waves that crash against the shore. In their stories, the power of dawn is clear. Nothing is ever truly lost, not even when it is cast aside. But the children of dawn were not the only ones who shaped the world. The Tylwyth Teg, often called the fair folk, were also her creations. These beings, who live on the edges of our world, are both feared and revered. They are neither wholly good nor wholly evil, but something more complex, more delicate. They exist in the places where the light fades and shadows stretch long, and the mist that hangs low over the hills, and the places where the world feels thin and fragile. They are protectors of the natural world, guiding the growth of forests, the flow of rivers, the movement of stars. But they are also tricksters, capable of great kindness and great cruelty. To anger them is to bring misfortune, to lose one's way in the forest, or to fall victim to strange, unexplainable events. To honor them, however, is to invite prosperity, to feel their presence in the gentle breeze that carries the scent of flowers and the warmth of the sun on your skin. The Tylwyth are not bound by the rules of time or space. They move between worlds as easily as we move through a door. Some say they live in the hollow hills and the ancient cairns that dot the landscape, places where the old magic still lingers. Others believe they live beneath the waters and lakes that shimmer with an otherworldly light. Wherever they are always watching, always present, their laughter heard in the rustling leaves, their sorrow felt in the stillness of a forgotten wood. To the people of Wales, the Tylwyth were a reminder that the world is more than what we see with our eyes. There are forces at work, ancient and powerful, that shape our lives in ways we cannot understand. They are not bound by the same laws that govern us, and to cross them is to invite both wonder and danger. And yet, for all their magic, for all their otherworldly power, they are also a reflection of us. They carry within them the same joy, the same pain, the same longing for something greater. The children of dawn and their kin, the Tylwyth are not distant figures from a forgotten past. Their stories are alive, pulsing through the very heart of the land. They are the guardians of creation, the shapers of the world, but they are also tied to the same forces that bind us all. They remind us that the world is full of magic, of things that cannot be seen or touched, but only felt. In their stories, we see the beauty and fragility of life, the delicate balance between creation and destruction, light and shadow. Even now, when the wind whispers through the trees, when the stars shimmer in the night sky, it is said that the children of dawn and the Tylwyth are still there, watching over the world they helped create. Their presence is a reminder that the magic of creation never truly fades, that it lives on in the land, in the air, in the very fabric of existence itself. Long before humans set foot on the soil of this ancient land, when the mountains were still growing and the seas were wild and untamed, giants roamed the earth. These giants were not mere creatures of legend, they were beings of immense strength and power, their footsteps shaking the ground and their voices echoing through the valleys like thunder. They were the first inhabitants of the world, the ones who shaped the very landscape we now walk upon. Among these giants, none was greater than Bendigeidfran, the blessed crow. His size was beyond comprehension, towering over mountains, with arms that could reach across rivers and legs that could cross vast stretches of land with a single stride. Bendigeidfran was not just a giant in stature but in spirit. He was a protector, a leader, a king. His heart, as vast as the land he walked upon, carried the weight of his people, and he would give anything to keep them safe. The story of Bendigeidfran is one of both strength and sacrifice. His presence was so great that no house or hall could contain him. He was too large for any structure built by mortals. Yet, despite his immense size and power, there was a gentleness in him, a deep care for the world and those who lived in it. He watched over the land, guiding and guarding it, shaping its valleys and hills with his great hands, carving rivers with his mighty arms. It is said that the rivers of Wales were formed when Bendigeidfran knelt on the ground, his massive fingers digging into the earth, creating channels for the water to flow. The mountains themselves were shaped by his feet, the ridges and peaks rising where he once walked. Every rock, every hill, every flowing stream carries his mark, a reminder of the time when giants shaped the world with their bare hands. But even giants, with all their strength, are not immune to pain. Bendigeidfran's heart was heavy with sorrow, and his greatest sacrifice came when he tried to protect his sister, Branwen, from the cruelty and betrayal she suffered in a foreign land. Branwen, the White Raven, was loved by all, her beauty and grace unmatched, but her marriage to the King of Ireland brought only misery and suffering. When Bendigeidfran learned of her plight, he did not hesitate. He gathered his people and set out to rescue her, crossing the sea with the force of a storm. The sea, vast and endless, could not stop him. Bendigeidfran, too large for any ship, simply waded through the water, his great form breaking the waves. The sea parted for him, and the islands trembled as he passed. His love for his sister was stronger than any storm, and his determination to save her burned brighter than any sun. But fate is often cruel, even to giants. In the battle that followed, Bendigeidfran was wounded, struck down by a poisoned spear. His body, so strong and powerful, could not withstand the poison coursing through his veins. And yet, even in his final moments, his thoughts were not of himself, but of his people. With his dying breath, he instructed his companions to sever his head and carry it back to the shores of Wales. His head, he said, would protect them as long as it remained with them, watching over the land he loved so deeply. For years, his head was carried by his loyal companions, and wherever they went, they were safe, protected by the spirit of their fallen king. It is said that Bendigeidfran's head was finally laid to rest on the White Hill, where it would watch over the land for eternity, ensuring that no harm would come to the people of Wales. Even in death, the giant's spirit remained a guardian of the land, his love for his people enduring beyond the grave. But Bendigeidfran was not the only giant to walk these lands. There were others, beings of immense power who shaped the landscape in ways both gentle and violent. The giants of Wales were not merely creatures of brute strength, they were beings connected to the very essence of the world. They could raise mountains with a single breath, carve valleys with their hands, and stir the seas with a mere glance. Each of these giants played a role in shaping the world as we know it. They were the first beings, born of the earth itself, their bodies made from the stone and soil, their breath the wind that still whistles through the valleys. They moved mountains, turned rivers, and created the vast, rolling hills that stretch across the land. But for all their strength, the giants were not invincible. Time, like a slow and steady river, wore them down. Some fell in great battles, their bodies becoming the very hills and mountains we now see. Others simply faded away, their spirits returning to the earth from which they were born. The giants may no longer walk the land, but their presence can still be felt in the landscape. Their legacy is written in the rocks, the rivers, the forests. They are a part of the world, their strength and power lingering in the mountains and the seas, in the wind and the rain. The early beings, too, who lived alongside the giants, were shaped by the land, just as they shaped it in return. These early inhabitants were closer to the earth than we can imagine, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature in ways that have long since been forgotten. They moved with the seasons, their footsteps guided by the stars, their hands shaping the world with reverence and care. They honored the giants, revered them as protectors and shapers of the land, and in turn, the giants watched over them, ensuring that the world remained in balance. The giants, the first inhabitants, and the land itself were all connected, bound together by the same ancient forces that gave birth to the world. The mountains, the rivers, the forests, they are not just features of the landscape but living reminders of those early days when giants walked the earth, their hands shaping the land with every step. And though the giants may be gone, their spirit remains, a part of the world that continues to live and breathe, just as it did when they first walked across its surface. In the heart of Welsh mythology, there lies a collection of stories so ancient, so woven into the fabric of the land, that their words echo like whispers carried by the wind across the hills and valleys. These are the four branches of the Mabinogi, stories not just of heroes and gods, but of the very soul of Wales itself. Each branch is a living thread in the tapestry of time, telling tales of love, betrayal, magic, and transformation, with every word carrying the weight of countless generations who passed these stories down in the glow of the hearth, beneath the gaze of the stars. The Mabinogion is not merely a book or a collection of tales. It is a heartbeat. It pulses with the life of a people who once stood on the edge of history, between the old ways of magic and the new world of men. These stories, passed from voice to voice long before they were written, hold the very essence of Welsh culture, their characters not distant figures from a forgotten past, but living, breathing beings who shaped the land and its people. In them, we find the rawness of emotion, the fragility of human life, and the ever-present pull of the otherworld, where the veil between this world and the next is so thin you can almost feel it brush against your skin. In the first branch, we meet Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed. His story begins not with triumph, but with a moment of humility, as he exchanges places with Arianrhod, the Lord of End, the underworld. For a year and a day, Pwyll lives in another man's skin, learning the weight of another's life, the burdens, and the joys that come with it. His journey is one of transformation, not just of the body but of the soul. He returns to his own life with a wisdom that can only be gained through sacrifice, a deeper understanding of loyalty, love, and what it truly means to be a leader. Pwyll's love for Rhiannon, the ethereal woman who rides into his life on a horse faster than the wind, is a love that defies the boundaries of the human and the divine. Rhiannon, with her beauty and her mystery, is no ordinary woman. She is a goddess, a figure of strength and grace, who chooses her own fate despite the trials she knows will come. Together, their story is one of devotion, but also of immense sorrow, as they lose their child to forces beyond their control, only to be reunited with him in the most miraculous of ways. Theirs is a story of resilience, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, love can endure, and hope can find a way back into the light. In the second branch, we follow the tragic tale of Branwen, sister to Bendigeidfran, the giant king of Britain. Her story is one of heartbreak, of being torn from her home and her people, sent to a foreign land where she becomes a queen, but also a prisoner. Branwen's marriage to the King of Ireland is meant to bring peace, but it brings only pain. Betrayed and mistreated, she sends a message home, calling for her brother's help, and in doing so, sets in motion a chain of events that leads to one of the greatest battles in Welsh myth. Bendigeidfran, with his immense size and strength, crosses the sea to rescue his sister, but the cost is devastating. The battle leaves both sides broken, with only a few survivors to carry the weight of their people's stories back home. Branwen, heartbroken by the destruction her plea for help has caused, dies of grief, and her death becomes a symbol of the deep, unspoken pain that lingers beneath the surface of so many of these ancient tales. The third branch introduces us to Manawydan, Bendigeidfran's brother, who returns to Wales after the fall of his people. Manawydan's story is one of survival, of finding meaning and purpose in the quiet spaces between the chaos. He marries Rhiannon, and together they face the strange enchantments that befall their land. Crops fail, animals disappear, and a great silence falls over their world, as if the very land itself has been bewitched. But Manawydan is not a man of war or violence. His strength lies in his patience, his ability to outlast the forces that seek to undo him. Through his quiet determination, he restores the land and his people, proving that sometimes the greatest battles are not fought with swords, but with the heart. And then, in the fourth branch, we meet Math, Lord of Gwynedd, and his nephew Gwydion, a master of magic and deception. This is perhaps the darkest of the branches, filled with treachery and betrayal, with transformations that blur the line between human and beast. Gwydion's cleverness is both his gift and his curse, as he manipulates those around him, weaving spells that change the very nature of the world. But it is not without consequence. When he uses his magic to create a woman, Lleu, from flowers, to be the wife of his nephew, Lleu, the result is not the perfection he seeks, but tragedy. Lleu, born of flowers, is beautiful but wild, her heart untamable. She betrays her husband, and for her treachery, she is transformed into an owl, cursed to live out her days in darkness, a symbol of the unintended consequences of magic used to control and manipulate. Each of the four branches holds a mirror up to the human experience, reflecting the complexities of love, honor, betrayal, and the delicate balance between the human and the otherworldly. They are stories of transformation, of the self, of relationships, of the very world itself. The characters within them are not merely figures of legend, but are imbued with the emotions, the hopes, and the fears that define us all. They love, they suffer, they strive for greatness, and they fall, just as we do. But perhaps what makes the Mabinogi so powerful is its ability to remind us of the fragility of life, the thin line between joy and sorrow, between triumph and defeat. The characters are bound by fate, by forces beyond their control, yet they continue to fight, to love, to live. In their stories, we find echoes of our own lives, of our own struggles and triumphs. And though the Mabinogi is set in a world of magic and myth, its heart beats with the same rhythms that pulse through all of us, the desire to belong, to protect those we love, and to find meaning in a world that is as beautiful as it is unpredictable. The 4 branches of the Mabinogi are not just stories. They are windows into the soul of a people, into the very heart of a land that breathes with the spirit of its ancient past. Pwyll was a prince, but not just any prince. He ruled over Dyfed, a land of rolling hills and thick forests where the air carried the scent of the sea. His heart was as wild as the land, and though he was noble in title, it was his sense of honor that truly made him a prince. But even the strongest of hearts can be tested, and Pwyll's story begins with a test like no other. One day, while hunting in the deep woods, Pwyll stumbled upon a strange sight. There, in front of him, stood a pack of otherworldly hounds, beautiful and terrifying, their coats as white as snow and their ears bright red like flames. These were no ordinary dogs, and Pwyll knew, in his bones, that they belonged to a world not his own. But instead of letting them be, he chased them away and set his own hounds on the prey they had cornered. It was a simple act, thoughtless and rash, but one that would change his life forever. Later, Pwyll would learn that the hounds belonged to Arianrhod, the lord of and the otherworld, a place where shadows dance and the line between life and death blurs. Arianrhod appeared before Pwyll, not in anger, but in calm judgment, offering a challenge that would bind their fates. To atone for his mistake, Pwyll was asked to take Arianrhod's place, to live as him in the otherworld for a year and a day, and to defeat Arianrhod's greatest enemy, Havgon. It wasn't just a test of bravery, but of trust, humility, and the strength of the soul. So, Pwyll agreed, exchanging bodies with Arianrhod, stepping into the skin of a man whose world was as foreign as the stars. For a year, he lived as a king in and ruling a land filled with magic and mystery, where the moon seemed to hang lower in the sky and the wind carried the whispers of ancient voices. But what defined him in that time was not his power, nor the battles he fought, but his restraint. Every night, Pwyll shared a bed with Arianrhod's queen, a woman of untold beauty, but he never touched her, never broke the sacred trust he had been given. His honor was his shield, and it carried him through the long, strange year in the otherworld. When the day came for Pwyll to face Havgon, the enemy who had plagued Arianrhod's kingdom for so long, it was not a battle of glory or triumph. It was swift and brutal, a single blow felling the foe who had caused so much pain. And with that strike, Pwyll's time as Arianrhod ended. The 2 men exchanged places once more, each returning to their own world, but not without a bond that would last for eternity. Arianrhod and Pwyll were no longer strangers, they were brothers in spirit, their lives intertwined by honor and fate. But Pwyll's story did not end there. Upon his return to Dyfed, another challenge awaited him, one that would test his heart more than any battle ever could. Her name was Rhiannon, and she came into his life like a storm. Riding a horse that no man could catch, Rhiannon was no ordinary woman. She was radiant, otherworldly, and yet, her eyes held a sadness that only Pwyll could see. For 3 days, Pwyll watched as she rode past, faster than the wind, always just out of reach. It wasn't until the 3rd day, when he called out to her, asking why she eluded him, that she stopped. Her answer was simple, yet filled with longing. She had chosen him. Rhiannon, a goddess in her own right, had set her heart on Pwyll, forsaking all others, even the man to whom she had been promised. And so, their love began, a love that crossed not just the boundaries of land, but of worlds. Their union was not without trials. On their wedding night, Rhiannon spoke of the price she would pay for her choice, for defying the expectations placed upon her. But Pwyll, in his love and loyalty, stood by her side, ready to face whatever may come. Their happiness, however, was soon shadowed by tragedy. Rhiannon bore a son, but the child disappeared on the night of his birth, stolen away by forces unknown. In their grief, the people of Dyfed turned against Rhiannon, accusing her of murder, and she, noble and proud, accepted her punishment in silence, though her heart was breaking. For 7 long years, Rhiannon bore the weight of her people's scorn, standing by the castle gates, offering to carry any who passed on her back as penance for a crime she did not commit. And yet, she never wavered, never faltered in her strength. Pwyll, too, stood by her, his faith in her unshaken, even as the years passed and their hopes seemed to fade. But fate is a strange and unpredictable thing, and just as their sorrows seemed unending, their lost son was found. Raised by a humble couple who had discovered him abandoned in their stable, the boy was returned to his parents, not as a helpless infant, but as Pryderi, a child of destiny. The reunion was not just a moment of joy, but of healing, as the truth of Rhiannon's innocence was revealed, and the bond between her and Pwyll was made even stronger by the trials they had endured. Pwyll, the prince who had once walked in another man's skin, had faced the unknown and returned with a heart made stronger by the experience. Rhiannon, the goddess who had forsaken her otherworldly life for the love of a mortal, had suffered in silence, yet never lost her grace or her dignity. Together, they had faced the darkness and come out the other side, not untouched by the pain, but transformed by it. Their story, though filled with moments of heartbreak, is one of resilience. It speaks of the power of love, of honor, and of the sacrifices we make for those we hold dear. Pwyll's journey was not just one of external challenges, but of an inner transformation, a deepening of his soul that only comes when we are pushed to the very edges of our strength. And so, Pwyll and Rhiannon's tale lives on, whispered in the winds that sweep over Dyfed, sung in the songs of the bards who remember the old ways. Their love, their struggles, and their triumphs are woven into the fabric of the land itself, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit and the magic that lies just beyond the veil of the everyday world. Branwen, daughter of Lleu, was born into a world of beauty and sorrow, a princess of Wales whose fate would shake the hearts of men and giants alike. Her story begins not with joy, but with the weight of choices that would echo across two lands, Wales and Ireland, bringing both love and devastation. She was more than just a daughter of kings, she was the heart of her people, beloved for her grace and gentleness. Yet, it was this very grace that would become her undoing. When Madhallwyck, the king of Ireland, arrived in Wales, seeking her hand in marriage, it seemed like a union destined for peace. Branwen, with her golden hair and kindness that seemed to shine from within, became a symbol of hope. The marriage was meant to bring unity between two powerful nations, a bond that would strengthen both kingdoms and usher in an era of harmony. But as so often happens in tales of old, the light of hope was quickly overshadowed by the dark clouds of betrayal. It wasn't Branwen who broke the peace, but her half-brother, Mabinogion, whose anger and jealousy knew no bounds. When he discovered the arrangement, his heart boiled with rage, for he had not been consulted about the match. His response was cruel and irreversible. He mutilated the horses of Madhallwyck, cutting their lips, ears, and tails. It was an act of brutal disrespect, one that brought shame upon Wales and insulted the King of Ireland deeply. Bendigeidfran, Branwen's giant brother and the King of Wales, stood at the center of this unfolding tragedy. His heart was torn between his sister's happiness and the need to make amends for Mabinogion's savage act. In an attempt to soothe the bitterness, Bendigeidfran offered Madhallwyck gifts and silver to replace what had been lost, even giving him horses as compensation. And for a moment, it seemed as if peace might be restored. Madhallwyck accepted the apology, and the wedding went ahead. Branwen was taken to Ireland, where she became queen, and for a while, the land knew peace. But in her new home, far from her brother's protection and the familiar hills of Wales, Branwen's heart would soon know unimaginable pain. Despite her beauty, her kindness, and her new title, the memory of the insult festered in the hearts of the Irish court. Slowly, her life turned from one of joy to one of suffering. Madhallwyck, once charmed by her, began to treat her cruelly. At the whispers of his people, still enraged by the insult of Mabinogion, he banished her to the kitchens, where the Queen of Ireland became no more than a servant. Forced to work day and night, beaten and humiliated, Branwen's spirit was crushed. Her only companion was a starling, a bird she taught to speak, pouring her heart into its tiny wings, praying that it might carry her sorrow back across the sea. And so, Branwen's starling flew to Wales, to Bendigeidfran, with a message tied to its leg. When the bird reached him, the giant king's heart broke for his sister. Without hesitation, Bendigeidfran gathered his warriors and prepared to sail to Ireland, his massive form towering over the land as he marched. He would not let his sister suffer alone. He was a giant, not only in stature but in love, and nothing would stop him from bringing her home. When Bendigeidfran's ships landed in Ireland, the sight of the giant king approaching struck fear into the hearts of the Irish. His size was so great that he could wade across the sea, his head rising above the waves like a mountain. But Bendigeidfran had not come for war, at least, not at first. He sought only justice for Branwen, to free her from her torment and bring her back to the safety of her homeland. Culhwch, fearful of the great giant's power, agreed to peace talks. A massive house was built for the negotiations, large enough to hold Bendigeidfran himself, and inside, the two kings met. But as the house was being prepared, treachery was already afoot. The Irish had hidden warriors inside sacks, ready to ambush the Welsh. Yet, it was Mabinogion, Branwen's brother, who discovered the plot. Though he had been the cause of so much pain, he could not let his sister be further harmed. With a heart full of rage and regret, he crushed the hidden warriors one by one, his hands stained with the blood of those who had planned to betray them. But even this act of violence could not prevent the inevitable. War erupted between the two nations, a battle so fierce and bloody that the earth itself seemed to tremble beneath the weight of the fallen. Bendigeidfran, though unmatched in size and strength, was struck by a poisoned spear. Mortally wounded, the giant king knew his time had come. As he lay dying, he gave one final command to his remaining warriors. They were to cut off his head and carry it back to Wales, where it would be buried facing the sea, to protect the land from invasion. His head, even in death, would watch over his people. And so, they did as he asked, carrying his head for 7 long years before finally laying it to rest. But what of Branwen? The sister for whom so much blood had been spilled? As she stood on the shores of Ireland, watching the ships sail away with her brother's severed head, her heart shattered beyond repair. She had been the cause of so much death, so much destruction. She had lost her brother, her people, her dignity. And in that moment, overwhelmed by grief, Branwen collapsed and died, her spirit unable to bear the weight of the tragedy that had unfolded around her. Branwen, the gentle daughter of Lleu, who had once been a symbol of peace, became a symbol of heartbreak. Her story, like so many in Welsh mythology, is one of beauty and sorrow, of love and loss intertwined. The war between Wales and Ireland left both lands scarred, and the memory of Branwen's suffering lingers like a haunting melody, carried on the winds that sweep over the sea. Her tale is not one of victory or glory. It is a reminder of the fragility of peace, the cost of betrayal, and the devastating power of love that is unable to protect those it holds dear. Branwen's name, etched into the hearts of her people, serves as a symbol of quiet strength and enduring sorrow. Manawydan, the son of Lleu, was a man marked by quiet strength and deep wisdom. In a world where giants roamed and battles between gods and mortals shaped the land, Manawydan stood apart. He was no warrior seeking glory, no king driven by conquest, but a man bound by loyalty, friendship, and love, a man whose heart beat with a gentleness that hid his true power. Yet, even for one as steady as Manawydan, the threads of fate could weave cruel twists, and soon his life would be tested by a curse that would drain the life from his beloved Dyfed. When Pryderi, the son of Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, offered his mother, Rhiannon, to Manawydan as a bride, it seemed a gift more precious than gold. Rhiannon, beautiful, mysterious, a woman touched by the otherworldly, was still bound by the grief of losing Pwyll. But with Manawydan, there was a peace between them, a connection forged not by grand passion but by shared respect and the unspoken understanding that they both carried the weight of past sorrows. Together, with Pryderi and his wife, Sigfa, they set out to rebuild their lives in the serene hills of Dyfed, hoping for peace, for a chance to heal. But fate, ever watchful, had other plans. One day, as they walked through the fields of Dyfed, the air grew heavy, a strange silence falling over the land. The birds no longer sang, the wind stilled, and the laughter of the 4 companions faded into an eerie quiet. And then, without warning, everything changed. In a heartbeat, the lush fields turned barren, the rivers dried up, and all living creatures vanished as if swallowed by the earth itself. Dyft, once full of life, became a wasteland, a hollow shadow of what it had been. It was a curse, a spell cast by unknown hands that left the land desolate and its people gone. Only Manawydan, Rhiannon, Pryderi, and Sigfa remained, standing alone in a world that had once been vibrant with life but now echoed with emptiness. The weight of the silence was unbearable, pressing down on them like a suffocating fog. For Pryderi, it was a challenge to be met with anger and force, but Manawydan, ever patient, knew that this was no battle of swords. Something far greater, far older, had taken hold of their world. Still, they tried to live on. Together, they ventured beyond Dyft, seeking a way to survive, to understand the curse that had fallen upon their land. They tried their hand at crafts, making a living from whatever they could. Manawydan, with his calm demeanor and skilled hands, became a craftsman of unmatched talent. Whether it was making saddles, shields, or shoes, his work was so perfect, so beautiful, that it drew envy from the people around them, forcing them to move from place to place as jealousy and resentment followed their every step. But no matter how far they traveled, the shadow of Dyft's curse lingered in their hearts. And one day, the curse took an even darker turn. Pryderi, drawn by an irresistible force, discovered a mysterious golden bowl in a deserted castle. Against Manawydan's warning, Pryderi reached out to touch it. In an instant, he and Rhiannon were both trapped by enchantment, frozen in time, unable to speak, unable to move, just as the land of Dyft had been. Now, only Manawydan and Sigfa remained, left to face the curse alone. The emptiness around them was more than just the silence of a barren land, it was the silence of loneliness, of loss. Sigfa, fearful and grieving, clung to Manawydan, but he was not a man to be consumed by despair. With quiet determination, he set his mind to freeing those he loved, knowing that the key to breaking the curse lay not in rage or force, but in patience and wisdom. For a time, they returned to the work of their hands, making what they could from the land's barren offerings. But the weight of the curse could not be ignored, and Manawydan knew he had to face the unseen forces that had brought such devastation to Dyft. It was in this moment, when all seemed lost, that Manawydan's true strength emerged, not through battle, but through his unwavering resolve. As fate would have it, the turning point came not through magic or violence, but through something as simple as a mouse. One day, as Manawydan was tending to his field, he caught sight of a small mouse nibbling at the crops, seemingly unaffected by the barrenness of the land. In a swift motion, he captured the mouse, intending to punish it for stealing what little remained of their harvest. But this was no ordinary mouse. As Manawydan held it in his hands, preparing to exact his justice, he was approached by a man pleading for the mouse's release. The man offered gold, jewels, anything to free the tiny creature. Sensing something strange, Manawydan refused each offer, his suspicion growing with every word the man spoke. Finally, the man revealed the truth. The mouse was no mere animal, but a transformed noblewoman, and the man himself was Lleu, a sorcerer who had cast the curse upon Dyft in revenge for an old grievance. The curse, the barrenness, the disappearance of the people, and the enchantment of Pryderi and Rhiannon, it had all been his doing. Manawydan, calm and resolute, listened as Lleu begged for mercy. And in that moment, Manawydan held the power of life and death in his hands. He could have destroyed Lleu, broken him as easily as the curse had broken Dyft. But instead, Manawydan chose mercy. He demanded only that the curse be lifted, that Rhiannon and Pryderi be restored, and that Dyft be returned to its former glory. And so it was. The curse was broken, the land restored, and Rhiannon and Pryderi returned, freed from their enchantment. Manawydan had saved them all, not through force, but through patience, wisdom, and compassion. His strength was not in the sword, but in his heart, in his ability to see beyond anger and vengeance, to understand that true power lies in mercy. Manawydan's story is one of quiet heroism, a reminder that not all battles are won with blood, and not all curses are broken by brute strength. Sometimes, the greatest victories come from understanding, from kindness, from holding on to hope even when the world around you is silent and still. And in the end, it was this quiet, steadfast courage that restored life to the land of Dyfed, and brought peace back to the hearts of those who had suffered. Math, son of Mabinogi, was a king unlike any other. His power was immense, but it came with a strange burden. He could only live when his feet were resting in the lap of a virgin unless he was called to war. This curious condition shaped his reign, binding his life to a world of strict rules and strange rituals. And yet, his story would not be one of peaceful rule, but one of betrayal, tragedy, and a love born from flowers that would wither in sorrow. It was under Math's rule that Gwydion, a powerful sorcerer and nephew to the king, would forever change the fate of the land. Gwydion was not just skilled in magic, but a man driven by cunning and ambition. He, too, would play a role in the story that would bring forth both life and loss, creating something beautiful only to see it torn apart. But before we speak of the flowers, we must first understand the treachery that set the tale in motion. Math's kingdom was not only built on magic but also on loyalty, and his most trusted servant was Gowen, the virgin whose lap held the king's feet, ensuring his continued life. She was innocent and dutiful, but her purity was shattered by the betrayal of Gwydion's brother, Lleu. Desiring her for himself, Lleu, with Gwydion's help, manipulated events, causing a war that drew Math away from his court. And in the king's absence, Lleu forced himself upon Gowen, an act that would bring about his ruin. When Math returned and learned of the terrible violation, his heart filled with rage. He could not let such treachery go unpunished. In his wisdom, Math turned to magic, transforming both Gwydion and Lleu into a series of animals, forcing them to live as different creatures, a stag and a doe, a boar and a sow, a wolf and a she-wolf, so they would feel the pain and vulnerability of the lives they had so recklessly destroyed. For 3 years, they lived in these forms, each year giving birth to offspring they would later raise, bound by the consequences of their own cruelty. Yet even after such punishment, the story was far from over. Gwydion, ever the sorcerer, had another plan in mind, one that would bring about the birth of a being like no other. Math, now without a virgin to hold his feet, sought a new candidate, and it was Gwydion who proposed a solution. But this time, their magic would not be used for war or punishment, but for creation. Lleu, the son of Arianrhod, was born from strange circumstances, and he was destined for greatness. But his mother, upon giving birth to him, denied him his birthrights, no name, no arms, and no wife would she grant him. Gwydion, always quick to act, used his magic to give Lleu a name, tricking Arianrhod into revealing it. He then secured arms for the boy, ensuring that his destiny could continue to unfold. But the third denial, the refusal to grant him a wife, would be the most fateful. Lleu, young and full of promise, could not be left without a partner. And so, with Math's assistance, Gwydion used his magic to create a wife for him, not born of flesh, but of nature itself. Together, they took the blossoms of oak, broom, and meadowsweet, weaving the delicate petals into the form of a woman. And from these flowers, Blodeuwedd was born. Blodeuwedd was beautiful beyond compare, her face soft and radiant, her body formed from the very essence of the earth's beauty. She was given to Lleu as his bride, a living symbol of magic's ability to bring life where there was none. But while her body was made of flowers, her heart was that of a woman, capable of love, yes, but also of betrayal. For a time, Lleu and Blodeuwedd lived in peace, their union a strange yet harmonious one. Yet, Blodeuwedd, though created by magic, was not bound by the rules of loyalty that tied her to Lleu. When Granupebr, a handsome lord, came into her life, Blodeuwdd's heart stirred in ways that flowers could not control. She fell in love with Granu, her feelings for Lleu fading like the withering petals from which she was formed. Together, Blodeuwedd and Granu plotted against Lleu, seeking a way to rid themselves of him. But Lleu was no ordinary man, he could not be killed easily. He could only be struck down under very specific circumstances, with 1 foot in a bath, 1 foot on a goat, and by a spear that had been forged over the course of a year. It was a condition so strange that only magic could make it possible. Blodeuwedd, using her charm, coaxed the secret of his vulnerability from Lleu. Once she knew how he could be killed, she and Granu prepared the deadly trap. One day, under the guise of concern for his well-being, Blodud encouraged Lleu to show her how he could stand in such a way, 1 foot in the bath, 1 on the goat. And as he did so, Granu struck him with the spear, sending Lleu into the sky, where he transformed into an eagle and flew away, grievously wounded but not dead. Blodud's betrayal was complete, but her triumph was short-lived. Gwydion, ever loyal to his kin, sought out Lleu, finding him in his eagle form, perched high in a tree, slowly dying. Using his magic once more, Gwydion transformed Lleu back into a man, nursing him back to health. And when Lleu was strong again, the time came for vengeance. Blodud, the woman made of flowers, had brought sorrow upon Lleu, and for her treachery, she would face a punishment as fitting as it was cruel. Gwydion, in his wrath, transformed her into an owl, a creature of the night, forever to be shunned by the other birds. No longer would she be the radiant, beautiful woman made of blossoms. Instead, she became a symbol of darkness and solitude, her feathers a far cry from the petals that once formed her skin. As for Granu, he too met his end at the hands of Lleu. When he tried to hide behind a stone to shield himself from Lleu's vengeance, Lleu's spear pierced the rock and struck Granu dead. The stone, forever marked by the hole left by Lleu's spear, stood as a reminder of the tragedy that had unfolded. And so, the tale of Math, Gwydion, Lleu, and Blodud came to a sorrowful end, a story woven with magic, betrayal, and loss. Blodud, the woman of flowers, was cursed to live in darkness, her beauty lost to the night. Lleu, though victorious, carried the weight of betrayal in his heart. And Gwydion, ever the sorcerer, had seen his creations rise and fall, knowing that even magic could not control the hearts of those it touched. The story lingers, like the scent of the flowers that once formed Blodud, a reminder that even the most beautiful things can be fleeting, and that love, once betrayed, can never fully heal. It all began with a chance encounter, one that would bind 2 worlds together in a way that few could have ever imagined. Pwyll, the Prince of Dyfed, rode through the misty forests of his land, unaware that his life was about to be forever changed. As the cold air clung to his skin and the shadows stretched long and deep through the trees, Pwyll's eyes caught sight of something unusual, a pack of gleaming white hounds, their fur so bright it seemed to glow against the dull earth. These were no ordinary hounds. Their ears were rich, deep red, like the autumn leaves fallen on a quiet forest floor. Drawn to them, Pwyll's heart quickened, for he knew that such creatures did not belong to his world. They belonged to the other world, a place where gods and spirits roamed, and time twisted like the wind. Yet in his curiosity, Pwyll did not turn away. Instead, he set his own hounds upon the strange ones, chasing them from their prey. Little did he know, this act would be the spark of something far greater than a mere hunt. In that moment, the forest seemed to grow still, the air thickening with something ancient and powerful. And then, emerging from the shadows, there he was, Arianrhod, the king of the ruler of the other world. His face was calm but commanding, and his eyes carried the weight of 1,000 forgotten souls. Arianrhod spoke, his voice low and steady, yet it carried an undeniable force. Pwyll had offended him, disrupted the sacred hunt of the other world, and such an offense could not go unanswered. But Arianrhod, wise and strategic, did not seek revenge. Instead, he offered Pwyll a strange proposition, an exchange of lives, a pact that would tie their fates together in ways neither could foresee. For 1 year and 1 day, Pwyll would take Arianrhod's place as the king of living among the spirits and gods, and in return, Arianrhod would live as Pwyll, ruling over Dyfed. There was, however, one condition: Pwyll must face and defeat Halfdan, Arianrhod's bitter rival, a being of terrible strength who sought to overthrow him. Pwyll, both humbled and intrigued by the offer, agreed. And so, with the strange magic of the 2 men exchanged forms. Pwyll now bore the face and power of the god of the other world, stepping into a realm that was filled with strange wonders and unseen dangers. And was unlike anything Pwyll had ever known. The skies were darker, the stars brighter, and the very air seemed to hum with a life all its own. It was a place where the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred, where time could stretch endlessly or fold in upon itself in an instant. But even in this strange land, Pwyll remained true to his word. For a year, he ruled, and with wisdom and care, never faltering, never allowing himself to be consumed by the otherworld's magic. He lived in Arianrhod's castle, walked among his people, and yet, he never revealed his true identity. Day after day, he held to the promise he had made, his mind ever fixed on the task ahead, the inevitable battle with Halfdan. And then, the day arrived. The clash between Pwyll and Halfdan was not just a fight between two beings, it was a battle that shook the very foundations of Inn. Halfdan, with his cruel and bitter heart, sought nothing less than the total destruction of Arianrhod's rule. His strength was immense, and his anger burned like fire. But Pwyll, though still a mortal prince in spirit, stood firm. With a single blow, as Arianrhod had instructed him, Pwyll struck Halfdan down, refusing to deliver a second strike, for Arianrhod had warned him that to do so would only strengthen Halfdan's spirit. As Halfdan lay dying, his power broken, the land of End itself seemed to sigh with relief. The battle was over. Pwyll had fulfilled his part of the pact, and with that, the strange year and a day came to an end. The magic that had exchanged their forms began to unwind, and Pwyll returned to his own body, back to his familiar world, while Arianrhod resumed his place as the true king of Inn. Yet, something had changed. Arianrhod and Pwyll, though rulers of different worlds, had formed a bond unlike any other. Out of what began as a grave offense, they had found respect, trust, and friendship. Upon their parting, Arianrhod, in his deep gratitude, gifted Pwyll with treasures beyond gold, his eternal friendship, and an unbreakable alliance between their two realms. As Pwyll rode homeward, the memories of End lingered in his mind. He had walked in the footsteps of a god, ruled a land where life and death danced side by side, and emerged not just a prince of Dyfed, but a man who had looked into the heart of the otherworld and returned stronger for it. The legend of Pwyll and Arianrhod would echo through the ages, whispered by firesides and passed down from one generation to the next. It was a story of loyalty, of two beings from different worlds who found a way to bridge the gap between them. And it was a reminder that sometimes, the most powerful bonds are forged not in times of peace, but in moments of challenge and unexpected connection. Arianrhod, the king of the otherworld, had found in Pwyll a kindred spirit. And though they would return to their respective worlds, the thread of their fates would remain intertwined, their names forever linked in the annals of time. Rhiannon rode through the mists on a horse as white as the winter moon, her golden hair flowing behind her like rays of sunlight. There was something about her, something ethereal, yet grounded, powerful but gentle. Her presence was undeniable, like the whisper of a storm gathering on the horizon, a force that drew people in and held them captive. She was no ordinary woman. Rhiannon was a goddess, a figure of immense power and grace, whose story was woven into the very fabric of Welsh mythology. But Rhiannon was not a goddess who dwelled only in the skies, distant and unreachable. She was of the earth, tied to the land itself, her essence bound to the very heart of kingship and fertility. She was sovereignty embodied, a symbol of the land's bounty and the right to rule it. Her story is one of love, sacrifice, and enduring strength, and it is through her that the balance of power and prosperity in the world is maintained. When Pwyll, the Prince of Dyfed, first laid eyes on her, he was captivated, not just by her beauty, though she was breathtaking, but by something deeper. There was a quiet power in the way she carried herself, an aura of authority that seemed to demand respect and reverence. Rhiannon chose Pwyll, not the other way around. She could have had any man in the world, or none at all, but she saw something in him, something that made her believe he was worthy of her hand, her love, and the throne beside her. Her choice was not without its challenges. Rhiannon's former suitor, Gwydion, was furious, and he sought to claim her through trickery. But Rhiannon, with her clever mind and unshakable will, was not easily bested. She devised a plan to outwit Gwydion, a plan that showcased not only her intelligence but her fierce determination to claim her own fate. She was no damsel waiting to be rescued. Rhiannon was a force in her own right, taking control of her destiny with a strength that few could match. As Pwyll's wife, Rhiannon became more than just a queen, she became the very symbol of his right to rule. Her presence validated his kingship, for in marrying Rhiannon, Pwyll was not simply taking a bride, he was aligning himself with the divine right of the land itself. Rhiannon's power was ancient, a power that came from the earth, from the cycles of life and death, growth and decay. She was the embodiment of fertility, the one who ensured that the land would prosper and that the people would thrive. But her role as the goddess of sovereignty was not just about power and kingship, it was also deeply tied to the idea of motherhood. Rhiannon's story is one of both triumph and deep sorrow, for though she was a goddess, she was not immune to the pains of the mortal world. When she bore Pwyll a son, her joy was immense, but that joy was short-lived. Her child, Pryderi, was taken from her, stolen away in the night by forces unknown. The grief that followed was immeasurable, a wound that cut to the very core of her being. In the cruelest twist of fate, Rhiannon was blamed for the disappearance of her own child. The people of the court, unable to explain the boy's absence, accused her of having killed him. And so, the goddess who had brought prosperity and power to the land was forced to endure the most humiliating of punishments. She was made to sit at the gate of the palace, like a common criminal, telling each passerby of her supposed crime and offering to carry them on her back as penance. Yet, through it all, Rhiannon never broke. Her spirit, though tested, remained unbowed. She bore her punishment with dignity and grace, a silent testament to her strength. For years, she carried this burden, the weight of the false accusation heavy upon her. And yet, even in her suffering, she remained a symbol of sovereignty, a reminder that true power is not found in crowns or thrones, but in resilience and the ability to endure. When her son was finally returned to her, alive and well, Rhiannon's name was cleared, but the scars of her ordeal lingered. She had faced the worst the world could throw at her, and yet she had emerged stronger. Her story, though marked by sorrow, was also one of triumph. She had reclaimed her place, not just as a mother, but as the goddess of the land, the one who ensured that life continued, that the cycles of birth and rebirth remained unbroken. Rhiannon's connection to the land and to kingship is undeniable. She represents the power of the feminine, not in a soft or passive sense, but as a force of nature, unstoppable and unyielding. Her ability to choose, to act, and to endure makes her one of the most compelling figures in Welsh mythology. She is a goddess who walks among mortals, who suffers as they do, but who also rises above, reminding all who hear her story that true sovereignty comes not from the sword or the crown, but from within. In Rhiannon, we see the intertwining of power and love, of strength and vulnerability. She is the goddess who bestows kingship, the one who ensures that the land will flourish, but she is also the mother, the wife, the woman who bears the weight of the world on her shoulders and still stands tall. Her myth is not just one of ancient gods and forgotten times, it is a story of human experience, of the trials we face and the strength we find within ourselves to overcome them. As the goddess of sovereignty, Rhiannon's legacy is one of hope, endurance, and the unbreakable bond between the land and its people. Through her, the cycles of life continue, and the balance of power is maintained. She is a queen, a mother, a warrior in her own right, and her story will forever echo through the hills and valleys of Wales, carried on the wind like a whisper from another time. Born into a world that never wanted him, Lleu Gifts entered the stories of Wales like a burst of sunlight breaking through storm clouds. His birth was shrouded in darkness and secrecy, a life brought forth by magic and defiance. Lleu, the god of light, was destined to rise, but his path to glory was tangled in betrayal, loss, and pain. From the moment he took his first breath, his very existence was a rebellion, a fight against the forces that sought to deny him his place in the world. His mother, Arianrhod, was a woman of great beauty and power, but also of pride and cold indifference. When she stood before her uncle Math and brother Gwydion, she denied ever bearing a child. But Gwydion, ever the trickster and magician, revealed the truth. Through a spell of his own making, he caused her to birth two sons, one a shapeless blob of life that was taken away, and the other, a golden-haired boy, full of life and potential. This child was Lleu. But Arianrhod, ashamed and filled with resentment, refused to acknowledge him. She cursed him, setting 3 impossible tasks before him. He would have no name, no weapons, and no wife unless she granted them. It was as though she sought to erase his very existence, to trap him in the shadows where no one would ever know his light. Yet, Lleu was not alone. Gwydion, his uncle and a master of magic, took him under his wing. Gwydion would not let the boy's fate be so easily sealed. With cunning and wit, he tricked Arianrhod into giving Lleu a name, which meant the bright one with the sure hand, a name that spoke of his destiny. It was through another clever ruse that Gwydion armed his nephew, deceiving Arianrhod once more to secure the tools of war for Lleu. Each time, Gwydion defied the curse, lifting Lleu out of the darkness and into the light. Lleu grew strong, and his brilliance became clear for all to see. He was skilled in everything he did, as swift and precise with his spear as he was with his wisdom. But the curse lingered. He had no wife, no partner to stand beside him. Gwydion, along with Math, used their great powers to create one for him. Out of flowers they shaped her, Blodeuwedd, a woman born of the earth's beauty, her skin soft like petals, her hair the color of golden meadows. She was a gift for Lleu, a match for his brilliance and grace. But Blodeuwedd, for all her beauty, was not bound by love. Her heart, though created by magic, was wild and free, and it sought something darker than Lleu's light. Betrayal came like a shadow at noon, sudden and blinding in its intensity. Blodeuwedd fell in love with another, a hunter named Granupebr. Together, they plotted to kill Lleu, to extinguish the light that shone so brightly in him. But Lleu was no ordinary man. He could not be killed in any ordinary way. He could only be struck down under very specific conditions, ones known only to Blodeuwedd, the woman created to be his companion. And so, in a cruel twist of fate, she tricked him. With a false concern for his well-being, she persuaded Lleu to reveal how he could be killed. Trusting her, he showed her the way, how he must stand with one foot on a goat and the other in a bath, while under the protection of a roof, but not a real roof. It was a position so bizarre that it seemed impossible, but in his love and trust, Lleu didn't see the danger. At the moment Lleu stood as he described, vulnerable and exposed, Granu emerged from the shadows. With a spear forged in hatred, Granu threw the weapon, striking Lleu through the side. The pain was unbearable, a flash of agony so intense it could have split the sky. But Lleu did not die. Instead, transformed into an eagle, he flew away, his soul wounded, his light flickering but not extinguished. For a time, Lleu wandered the wilds in the form of that great bird, his spirit broken, his body shattered. But even in his suffering, the light within him could not be fully snuffed out. Gwydion, who had guided him from the beginning, searched for him. The land itself seemed to mourn for Lleu, and it was through the land's sorrow that Gwydion found him, an eagle perched on a dying tree, his feathers falling like drops of golden light. Through Gwydion's magic, Lleu was restored, brought back from the edge of death. He returned not as the boy who had once been tricked, but as a man who had faced betrayal and survived. His body was healed, his strength returned, and the brightness that had once defined him now burned with a deeper, more resilient flame. Lleu confronted his betrayers. Blodeuwedd, the woman crafted from flowers, was not spared. Though her beauty had once been her greatest gift, it became her prison. For her betrayal, she was transformed into an owl, a creature of the night, forever to live in darkness, never again to see the light of day. As for Granu, the hunter who had tried to steal Lleu's life, he faced his own reckoning. Lleu offered him a chance to defend himself, as Granu had done to him. But Granu, fearful of the justice that was to come, hid behind a stone. With one throw of his spear, Lleu struck him down, the stone breaking but unable to protect Granu from the inevitable. Lleu's story is one of light, yes, but it is also one of shadows. His birth was a rebellion against fate, his life a testament to resilience and the strength of spirit. He was betrayed by the one created to stand beside him, but even in the face of that betrayal, his light did not fade. It flickered, it dimmed, but it never truly went out. Lleu Gifs, the bright and sure-handed god, embodies the strength of the human heart, the ability to endure suffering, to overcome loss, and to rise once more. His light was not the light of innocence, but of experience, shaped by hardship and betrayal. He is the Welsh Apollo, not just because of his connection to light, but because he represents hope, resilience, and the promise that no matter how dark the night, the dawn will always come. Gwydion, a name whispered across the ancient hills of Wales, carries with it the weight of cunning, magic, and manipulation. He was not a god of strength or brute force, but of wit, a mind as sharp as the finest blade. His hands wove spells and spun tales that could twist the very fabric of reality. To know Gwydion is to understand that magic, in its truest form, is not just about power, it's about subtlety, deceit, and the ability to see beyond what others perceive as truth. Born into the House of Dawn, Gwydion was surrounded by greatness from the start, but he stood apart, even in such a remarkable family. He had no need for swords when words would suffice, no need for armies when magic could bend the world to his will. It was his cleverness that set him apart, and it was his cleverness that would forever change the fate of gods and men alike. One of his earliest and most famous acts of trickery involved the creation of his nephew, Lleu. Gwydion's sister, Arianrhod, sought to hide her shame when she stood before Math, their king. She claimed she had never borne a child, but Gwydion knew the truth, and he would not let her lie stand unchallenged. With a spell, he forced her to give birth right then and there. It was not an act of cruelty, but of necessity. He could not allow her pride to rob the world of what was destined to be. Lleu was born, but Arianrhod, in her fury, cursed him. She refused to give him a name, refused to arm him with weapons, and declared that he would never marry. These curses were meant to destroy Lleu, to cast him into obscurity. But Gwydion, with his unrelenting wit, would not allow it. He would find a way, no matter the cost. He approached Arianrhod once again, this time disguised as a humble shoemaker. Through his craft and charm, he tricked her into bestowing a name upon her son. She didn't even realize what she had done until it was too late. The boy she had sought to erase was now Lleu, the bright one with the sure hand. And so the first curse was broken. But Gwydion was not finished. Using the same cunning, he tricked her a second time, forcing her to arm Lleu with weapons of war. And when the time came for the third curse, the one that would deny Lleu a wife, Gwydion did not need to trick her. He and Math, using the full extent of their magical power, created a woman for Lleu from the flowers of the earth. Blodeuwedd, as she was called, was a being of beauty beyond compare, though she, like the curses before, would ultimately bring sorrow. But even this sorrow, born from betrayal, was part of the intricate tapestry that Gwydion had woven. Gwydion's craft did not end with his nephew. His ability to manipulate the world extended far beyond his family, affecting kingdoms and shaping destinies. One of his most notable feats was his manipulation of the pig trade with Pryderi, the king of Dyfed. Pigs were a rare and precious commodity in those days, symbols of wealth and prosperity. But Gwydion, ever the trickster, desired them for himself. To achieve this, he spun a lie so convincing that Pryderi could not see the truth until it was too late. Gwydion and his men arrived in Pryderi's court, disguised as humble bards, offering entertainment in exchange for hospitality. But beneath this disguise, Gwydion's true goal was to steal the pigs. With his magic, he created an illusion, horses and dogs that appeared real but vanished like mist when the spell was broken. In exchange for these illusions, Pryderi gave Gwydion what he sought. When the trick was revealed, war broke out between the two kingdoms. Yet even in the midst of this chaos, Gwydion's hand guided events. Pryderi fell in battle, slain by Gwydion himself, though it was not with a sword that Gwydion triumphed, but with the careful weaving of events that led to Pryderi's inevitable downfall. But not all of Gwydion's actions were driven by ambition or personal gain. Beneath the layers of deception and cunning, there was a heart capable of deep loyalty and love. His bond with his nephew, Lleu, was more than just one of blood, it was one of fierce protection. Gwydion raised Lleu, defended him against the cruelty of his mother, and stood by him even in the darkest times. When Lleu was betrayed by Blodeuwedd, Gwydion did not abandon him. Instead, he sought him out, searching for his nephew who had been transformed into an eagle, wounded and lost. Gwydion's magic, which had once been used to deceive and manipulate, now served to heal. He brought Lleu back from the brink, restoring him to his human form and helping him reclaim his place in the world. Yet, for all his power, Gwydion's actions were not without consequences. His manipulation of magic, his willingness to bend reality to his will, came at a cost. The war with Pryderi left scars, and Blodud's betrayal left Lleu forever changed. Gwydion, too, was shaped by these events, his cleverness forever tinged with the knowledge that even the best-laid plans can unravel. In the end, Gwydion's legacy is one of complexity. He was not a hero in the traditional sense, nor was he a villain. He was a man who understood the power of words, of illusions, and of magic. He knew that the world was not shaped by strength alone, but by the ability to see what others could not, to twist fate in ways that were both subtle and profound. Gwydion's story is not just about trickery and deception, it is about the power of the mind, the ability to see the threads that bind the world together and to pull them in ways that change everything. He was a magician, yes, but more than that, he was a master of fate, a weaver of destinies, and a reminder that even in a world of gods and kings, it is often the cleverest, not the strongest, who shape the course of history. In the stillness of the night, when the sky stretches out like a dark canvas and the stars blink softly in the distance, there is a presence that watches over all, Arianrhod, the star goddess. She is not just a figure in myth, but the very essence of the heavens, her story woven into the fabric of time and destiny. Arianrhod's tale is one of mystery, of beauty, and of unyielding strength, but beneath it all lies something deeper, an unspoken bond with the cosmos and the relentless march of fate. Arianrhod is not simply a goddess. She is the embodiment of the stars, guiding souls with her light as they navigate the unknown. Every shimmer, every twinkle in the sky seems to whisper her name. Her domain is the night, a time when the world falls quiet and the stars reveal their ancient secrets. She stands at the threshold of the universe, where time bends and destiny unfolds. To know her is to feel the weight of eternity pressing against your heart, the understanding that everything in life, every action, every choice, is part of something larger, something cosmic. Her name, meaning silver wheel, evokes an image of the celestial cycle, the unbroken circle of life, death, and rebirth. The stars themselves are her wheel, turning slowly in the heavens, marking the passage of time. They twirl endlessly, guiding mortals and gods alike through the phases of existence, each movement a reminder that nothing stays the same forever. Time flows like water through Arianrhod's hands, slipping away but never truly gone, always looping back on itself. Yet, for all her beauty, Arianrhod is not a goddess easily understood. She is distant, cold like the farthest star, and her emotions, like the night sky, are shrouded in mystery. Her relationship with time is intimate, but it is also sorrowful. Time, after all, brings change, and with change comes loss. Arianrhod's power lies in her acceptance of this inevitability. She does not fight the turning of her wheel, she moves with it, allowing the passage of time to shape her, even when it brings pain. One of the most poignant moments in her tale is her relationship with her son, Lleu. Born under unusual circumstances, his birth was not something Arianrhod welcomed. In fact, she tried to deny it. Standing before Math, she claimed that she had never borne a child, thinking that this lie would protect her dignity. But Gwydion, her brother, would not allow the truth to remain hidden. With a spell, he forced her to give birth before the court. In an instant, her secret was revealed, and with it, the vulnerability that came with it. Arianrhod's reaction was not one of motherly love, but of anger and shame. She cursed her newborn son with 3 impossible tasks, each designed to strip him of any identity or destiny. She refused to name him, denied him the tools of war, and swore that he would never marry. These curses were not born of malice, but of fear. Arianrhod, the goddess of stars and time, was terrified of the idea that her control over destiny could be so easily challenged. If she could not even control the fate of her own child, what power did she truly hold? But her curses, like so many things in life, could not stop what was meant to be. With Gwydion's help, each one was broken. Lleu, the child of stars, found his place in the world, despite his mother's efforts to bind him. And though Arianrhod's actions may seem cruel, they speak to the complexity of her character. She is not a goddess who fits neatly into a single role. She is neither wholly loving nor wholly wicked. Like the stars themselves, she is distant yet omnipresent, her emotions as vast and unfathomable as the night sky. Arianrhod's connection to the stars extends beyond her role as a mother. The stars, after all, are not just beautiful lights in the sky, they are markers of time, the keepers of ancient wisdom. They guide sailors across the seas, help farmers mark the seasons, and inspire poets to dream of worlds beyond our own. Arianrhod, in her celestial form, holds this knowledge. She understands the way the stars influence life on Earth, how they pull at the tides and mark the passing of the seasons. She sees the threads of fate woven between them, each star a point in a vast, intricate web that stretches across the universe. And yet, despite her immense power, Arianrhod is bound by the same laws that govern all living things. She may control the stars, but she cannot escape the pull of time. It is her fate, like everyone's, to watch as time moves forward, carrying with it both joy and sorrow. The stars, eternal as they may seem, are not immune to change. They burn brightly for eons, but eventually, they too will fade. Arianrhod's silver wheel, beautiful and unbroken as it is, must also turn. Her story is a reminder of the delicate balance between power and inevitability. Arianrhod, with all her magic and strength, could not stop the birth of her son, nor could she prevent the curses she placed upon him from being lifted. She could not stop time from moving forward, no matter how much she might wish to. And in this, she is deeply human. We, too, try to control the things we cannot, clinging to the idea that we can bend fate to our will. But like Arianrhod, we must eventually face the truth that time will move on, regardless of our desires. Arianrhod's legacy is written in the stars, her presence felt every time we look up at the night sky. She is there, watching over the world, guiding souls through the darkness, reminding us of the endless cycle of time. Her story, like the stars, is both beautiful and tragic, a reflection of the complexity of life itself. In the shadowed depths of ancient battlefields, where the cries of warriors echoed into the skies and blood soaked the earth, there was always a presence, an unseen figure watching from the edge of the chaos. She was more than a spectator, she was the embodiment of war itself. The Morrigan, a goddess feared and revered, danced between life and death, her influence stretching far beyond the battles of Ireland, touching even the heart of Welsh mythology. Her presence, dark and powerful, left ripples that can still be felt today. The Morrigan is not a single entity, but rather a trinity of war goddesses, Babbed, Macha, and Nemain, each representing a different aspect of war. Together, they are one, a force that cannot be divided, as complex and unpredictable as the battlefield itself. In every clash of swords, every desperate shout, she is there, hovering over the combatants like a storm, her raven's wings outstretched, hungry for the souls of the fallen. She feeds on the chaos, on the fear that pulses through the hearts of those who know they may not live to see the next dawn. To meet her gaze is to feel your own mortality bearing down on you with crushing weight. Yet, the Morrigan is more than death. She is transformation. She chooses the fates of those who fight, not out of cruelty, but because war itself changes everything it touches. Those who survive are not the same as they were before. War strips away the illusions of strength, the masks of invincibility. It reveals the truth in ways that peace never can. And so, the Morrigan is there, shaping these moments of truth, guiding the hands of warriors, both granting victory and ensuring defeat. Her influence does not stop at the shores of Ireland. In Welsh mythology, echoes of the Morrigan's fierce and unyielding spirit can be found in the goddesses of war and sovereignty, figures who mirror her power and complexity. Rhiannon, for example, shares a deep connection with the land and its rulers, embodying both the nurturing and destructive forces that govern life. Though Rhiannon's stories are more often tied to fertility and sovereignty, her strength in the face of adversity and her command over the fates of men resonate with the Morrigan's unrelenting nature. But it is in figures like the goddess Cerridwen that the true parallels to the Morrigan's darker aspects emerge. Cerridwen, like the Morrigan, is not easily defined. She is a goddess of transformation, knowledge, and prophecy, but there is something more primal lurking beneath her surface, a reminder that creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin. In her cauldron, Ceridwen brews potions of wisdom and change, stirring the fate of the world with every turn. She, too, is a force of nature, one that can bring life or take it away, depending on what is required. And like the Morrigan, Ceridwen understands the necessity of balance in life. The battlefield is not just a place of carnage, it is also a place of rebirth. In the ashes of the fallen, new life takes root, new stories begin. Ceridwen's cauldron, much like the Morrigan's battlefield, is a place where souls are reborn, where those who seek wisdom must be willing to face death in order to find it. The Morrigan's ravens, her constant companions, also find their echoes in Welsh mythology. Ravens and crows are birds of ill omen, creatures that are often seen as harbingers of death, but they are also messengers, bringing knowledge from the otherworld. In Wales, these birds are sacred to Bran the Blessed, the giant king whose head was said to protect the land after his death. Bran, like the Morrigan, straddles the line between life and death, his presence both protective and fearsome. His connection to the raven only deepens the tie between Welsh and Irish myths, both of which view these dark birds as symbols of war, wisdom, and prophecy. The Morrigan's influence also seeps into the stories of Welsh battle maidens, fierce women who fight alongside their male counterparts. These women, like the Morrigan, are warriors in their own right, unafraid to take up arms and defend what they hold dear. They are not passive figures, waiting to be saved or protected. They are the protectors, the ones who make the hard decisions in times of war. The Morrigan spirit lives in their defiance, and their willingness to face death head-on, knowing that it is through struggle that true strength is found. In many ways, the Morrigan's presence in Welsh mythology is a reflection of the land itself. Wales, with its rugged mountains and wild seas, is a place where nature is both beautiful and terrifying, where life and death are always intertwined. The people of Wales, like the warriors the Morrigan watches over, have always understood this balance. They know that to live is to fight, to struggle against the forces that would take everything from them. And in that struggle, they find their strength, just as the Morrigan's warriors do. There is a fierce beauty in the Morrigan's power, a reminder that war, for all its horrors, is also a crucible in which heroes are forged. She does not revel in the bloodshed, she understands its necessity. She knows that from death comes life, from destruction, creation. In her hands, the fates of nations are written, and in her gaze, the souls of the fallen find their peace. The Morrigan's legacy lives on in the stories of Welsh mythology, and the tales of goddesses and warriors who, like her, understand the price of power. She is there in every battle cry, every clash of steel, her raven's wings casting a shadow over the land. Her influence cannot be escaped, for she is more than a goddess of war, she is the spirit of war itself, eternal and unyielding, a force that shapes the world with every beat of her wings. And even now, as her stories are told, the Morrigan watches, waiting for the next battle, the next moment when fate will be decided. In the heart of ancient Wales, where mist clung to the hills and valleys whispered forgotten secrets, there was a story unlike any other. It was a tale of love and hardship, of impossible challenges and relentless determination. This was the story of Culhwch and Olwen, a tale filled with magic, danger, and a love so deep it could move mountains. But more than that, it was a tale that would ripple through the ages, laying the groundwork for the legendary stories of King Arthur and his knights. Culhwch, born under strange and sorrowful circumstances, grew up knowing little of his fate. His mother had died soon after his birth, and though he was raised with care, his destiny remained shrouded in mystery. One day, his stepmother cursed him, declaring that he would never marry any woman but Olwen, a maiden of unmatched beauty. But Olwen was no ordinary maiden, she was the daughter of Ysbaddaden ben Cor, a fearsome giant whose very existence brought dread to the hearts of men. Ysbaddaden was fated to die if Olwen ever married, and so he guarded her fiercely, determined to prevent his doom at any cost. Despite the curse, or perhaps because of it, Culhwch's heart became set on Olwen. He knew that winning her hand would not be easy, but the thought of her beauty and grace gave him the strength to face whatever lay ahead. With hope in his heart and the fire of determination in his soul, Culhwch sought out his cousin, the legendary King Arthur, to ask for his help. For Arthur was not just a king, he was a beacon of courage and wisdom, a leader whose name would one day be spoken in every corner of the world. Arthur, moved by Culhwch's plight and bound by the ties of kinship, agreed to help his cousin in this seemingly impossible task. He gathered his finest knights, men of great renown and skill, to accompany Culhwch on his quest. Among them were Ci, the swift and sharp-tongued knight, Bedwyr, known for his strength and loyalty, and Gwalchmai, whose fame as a warrior was matched only by his sense of honor. Together, they set out to find Ysbaddaden and claim Olwen for Culhwch. But Ysbaddaden was not easily defeated. When Culhwch and his companions arrived at the giant's stronghold, he laughed in their faces, mocking their audacity. He would allow Culhwch to marry Olwen, but only if he completed a series of tasks so difficult and dangerous that no man had ever dared to attempt them. The list seemed endless, from retrieving the tusk of the boar Twrchtrwyth to finding the blood of the Black Witch. Each challenge was a test of courage, skill, and endurance, and failure meant certain death. Culhwch, undeterred by the giant's cruelty, accepted the challenge. With Arthur and his knights by his side, he embarked on a journey that took him to the farthest reaches of the land. They battled fierce monsters, outwitted treacherous foes, and uncovered ancient magic that had long been forgotten. Each task pushed them to their limits, yet they pressed on, driven by the knowledge that Olwen's fate and Culhwch's happiness depended on their success. Through it all, Olwen remained in the background of their thoughts, a beacon of hope in a world filled with darkness. She was more than just a prize to be won, she was the embodiment of love, a love that was pure and untarnished by the evils of the world. And it was this love that kept Culhwch going, even when the odds seemed impossible. Ysbaddaden, for all his might and cruelty, could not foresee the power of such determination. One by one, the tasks were completed, and with each victory, Culhwch and his companions grew stronger. The boar Twrchtrwyth, whose tusk had seemed unreachable, was finally captured. The Black Witch, whose blood was said to hold unimaginable power, was defeated. Slowly but surely, the impossible became possible. As Culhwch stood before Ysbaddaden for the final time, the giant could no longer deny the truth. The tasks had been completed, and his fate was sealed. With a heavy heart and a mind filled with bitterness, Ysbaddaden granted Culhwch permission to marry Olwen, knowing that his own death would soon follow. But even in his defeat, there was a strange sense of relief. For Ysbaddaden, too, had been bound by fate, trapped in a cycle that could only be broken by love's triumph. Olwen, whose beauty had inspired such great deeds, was finally free. Her love for Culhwch was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees that had witnessed their struggle, and together they stood, hand in hand, as the world seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Their union was not just the fulfillment of a curse, it was a testament to the power of love and determination, a reminder that even the darkest of paths can lead to the brightest of futures. Yet, Culhwch's story did not end there. His quest for Olwen, filled with peril and triumph, laid the foundation for another story, one that would become even more legendary. For in Arthur's knights, and their bravery and loyalty, we see the early glimmers of the Round Table, that circle of noble men who would one day gather to serve the greatest king of all. Culhwch's tale, with its impossible tasks and unshakable faith, became the prototype for the adventures of knights like Sir Lancelot and Sir Gawain, men whose names would echo through the halls of history. The story of Culhwch and Olwen is not just a love story, nor is it merely a tale of adventure. It is a story about the bonds of family, the strength of friendship, and the power of love to conquer even the most insurmountable challenges. It is a story that reminds us that, no matter how dark the road may seem, there is always a light waiting at the end. In the winds that sweep across the Welsh hills, in the quiet moments before dawn, the echoes of Culhwch's quest can still be heard. His love for Olwen, his courage in the face of danger, and his unbreakable will have left a mark on the world that time itself cannot erase. And as long as there are those who believe in the power of love and the strength of the human spirit, the story of Culhwch and Olwen will live on, shining brightly in the tapestry of myth and legend. In the heart of ancient Wales, where the rolling hills cradled stories of old, there lived a bard whose very name stirred the air with magic. Taliesin was not just any bard, he was a voice of prophecy and a master of transformation, a figure whose songs could weave the fabric of fate itself. His life was a tapestry of adventure, wisdom, and a profound connection to the world around him, a story that rippled through time and still resonates in the hearts of those who yearn for the extraordinary. Taliesin's beginnings were humble yet shrouded in mystery. Born from the cauldron of a goddess, he was the child of the enchantress Ceridwen. She was a powerful figure, determined to create a potion of wisdom for her son, a fagdu, who was deemed less than perfect in her eyes. To brew this potion, she collected the rarest ingredients and stirred them over a fire, allowing the mixture to bubble and simmer for a year and a day. But in her single-minded pursuit, she overlooked a crucial detail: her potion needed someone to tend it. One fateful day, a boy named Gwydion, tasked with guarding the cauldron, tasted the potion. In that instant, a spark of magic surged through him, igniting a transformation that would forever change his destiny. He instantly gained immense knowledge, foresight, and an understanding of the universe that few could comprehend. This moment marked the beginning of Taliesin's journey, as he fled from Ceridwen's wrath. The goddess, furious at the theft of her potion, transformed into a series of creatures to catch Gwydion. She became a hare, then a fish, and finally a bird, but no form could capture the swiftness of his escape. He turned into a grain of wheat, hiding within a field, but Ceridwen was relentless. In the end, Gwydion found refuge in the ocean, transforming into a fish. Yet, even there, she pursued him. Finally, he changed into a bird, soaring through the sky, but Ceridwen remained determined. In a twist of fate, the chase culminated in a profound act of transformation. Ceridwen caught Gwydion and consumed him, and when she gave birth to Taliesin, she unknowingly brought forth the very essence of her potion into the world. The moment he opened his eyes, he was gifted with the knowledge and magic of his mother's brew. Taliesin emerged not just as a child but as the embodiment of wisdom and creativity, the magical bard who would touch the hearts of kings and common folk alike. As Taliesin grew, so did his gifts. He became renowned for his beautiful poetry and enchanting songs. His voice resonated through the valleys, carrying tales of love, loss, and the mysteries of existence. With each note, he painted vibrant images that danced in the minds of his listeners, transporting them to worlds beyond their own. He was a weaver of dreams, a conjurer of emotions, and a herald of truth. His words had the power to heal wounds and ignite hope, bringing solace to those who heard him. The prophecies of Taliesin were legendary. He spoke of the rise and fall of kings, of battles fought and won, and of the delicate balance between fate and free will. Many sought his counsel, standing before him with bated breath, hanging on every syllable that fell from his lips. Taliesin's prophecies were not merely predictions, they were reflections of the human experience, capturing the joy and sorrow, the triumph and despair that accompanied life's journey. His life was interwoven with the fabric of the land. In the ancient tales, he traveled with heroes and rulers, lending his voice to their adventures. He was a companion to kings, sharing in their glory and mourning their losses. Each encounter enriched his understanding of the world, and in return, he gifted them with his songs, forever changing the course of their destinies. Yet, even the mightiest bard faced challenges. In one of his most heart-wrenching tales, he encountered the sorrow of lost love. His heart was captivated by a beautiful maiden, a love that seemed destined to flourish. But fate, with its cruel hands, intervened. The maiden was taken from him, leaving Taliesin in a deep chasm of despair. It was in this darkness that his voice emerged with greater power, turning his grief into art that would resonate for generations. He poured his heart into his songs, transforming sorrow into beauty, and in doing so, he discovered the cathartic power of creativity. Through every trial, Taliesin learned that magic was not merely about spells and enchantments, it was the ability to connect with the deepest parts of the human soul. He embraced the beauty of the world, the sun rising over misty mountains, the laughter of children, the tears of parting, and infused it into his art. He understood that life's most profound moments lay in its simplicity and the shared experiences that bind us all together. The stories of Taliesin's life echoed throughout the ages, influencing generations of bards, poets, and dreamers. His legacy became a beacon of inspiration, reminding people of the power of creativity and the importance of sharing their stories. Those who listened to his songs felt a sense of belonging, as though Taliesin spoke directly to their hearts, illuminating the path through life's uncertainties. In the twilight of his life, Taliesin became a figure of legend, transcending the boundaries of time. He was said to have vanished into the mist, his spirit merging with the very essence of the land he loved. Some believed he still wandered the hills, whispering to those who would listen, his voice carried on the wind. Today, in the quiet corners of Wales, his spirit lingers on. When the sun sets and the stars blanket the sky, the stories of Taliesin continue to be shared around flickering fires. His name is spoken with reverence, a reminder that within each of us lies the potential for magic, creativity, and the power to shape our destinies. In the heart of every bard, every poet, and every soul who dares to dream, the spirit of Taliesin lives on, reminding us all that our stories, our songs, and our truths can create waves of change in the world. Through his life, he taught us that the greatest magic lies not in spells or potions, but in the connections we forge and the love we share. And so, as the stars twinkle above, Taliesin's legacy remains an eternal flame, lighting the path for those who dare to embrace the magic within. In the heart of ancient Welsh mythology, the tale of Lleu stands out, weaving together threads of bravery, betrayal, and an enduring spirit. Born of noble lineage, Lleu was destined for greatness. His father, the mighty god Gwydion, and his mother, Arianrhod, were figures of immense power. Yet, from the very beginning, his life was marked by challenges and heartbreak that would shape him into a hero unlike any other. As a child, Lleu faced adversity almost from the moment he entered the world. His mother, Arianrhod, was bound by a curse and cast him aside when she learned of his existence. In a cruel twist of fate, she refused to acknowledge him, claiming he was not worthy of her love. It was a bitter blow for a newborn, leaving him without the motherly warmth every child deserves. But fate, as it often does in these tales, intervened. Gwydion, determined to protect and nurture his son, took matters into his own hands. He created a powerful warrior, raising Lleu in the shadows of his mother's rejection. With every challenge he faced, Lleu grew stronger, more resilient. He became a figure of incredible skill, not just in battle but in magic and strategy. His destiny was intertwined with the very fabric of the world, and he was determined to carve a path for himself. He longed for acceptance and love, a quest that would lead him to profound encounters and heart-wrenching betrayals. One fateful day, Gwydion and Lleu went to visit Arianrhod. In a moment of pride, Gwydion challenged Arianrhod, forcing her to acknowledge Lleu as her son. Arianrhod, fueled by anger and defiance, cursed her son once again, declaring that he would never have a name, weapons, or a home. But Gwydion, ever clever, crafted a solution. He forged a spear, a sword, and a shield, naming Lleu, which means Lleu of the skillful hand. It was a name that would echo through history, imbued with power and promise. Yet, even with his newfound identity, the shadows of betrayal loomed. Lleu fell in love with a beautiful maiden named Blodeuwedd, crafted by magic to be his perfect partner. She was born from the flowers of the oak, the broom, and the meadowsweet, symbolizing the beauty and fragility of love. Their union seemed destined to be a tale of joy, but like many stories, darkness lay ahead. Tragedy struck when Blodeuwed's heart became tainted by jealousy and ambition. Under the influence of a wicked sorcerer, she conspired against Lleu. In a twisted plot, she betrayed him to her lover, revealing his vulnerabilities and weaknesses. In a shocking act of treachery, Blodeuwedd and her accomplice planned to kill Lleu, believing they could seize his power for themselves. When the fateful day arrived, Lleu's heart raced with an uneasy feeling. He had sensed the brewing storm but trusted in his love for Blodeuwedd. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, he transformed into a majestic eagle, soaring into the sky. But the betrayal cut deep. He could feel the weight of her deception. The once vibrant love turned into a haunting memory, a testament to how quickly trust can be shattered. Yet, even in his darkest hour, Lleu refused to be defeated. He soared above the clouds, gathering strength and determination. He knew he had to fight back against the treachery that sought to destroy him. With each flap of his wings, he drew upon the wisdom of his father, Gwydion, and the strength of the earth itself. Lleu vowed to reclaim his place in the world, not just as a victim of betrayal, but as a hero destined to rise again. As he descended from the heavens, Lleu unleashed his wrath upon those who had wronged him. His heart burned with a fierce determination, fueled by the pain of betrayal. He confronted Blodeuwedd, her face a mixture of regret and defiance. Lleu's voice echoed with a mix of sorrow and strength as he spoke, "You were created from magic and love, yet you chose darkness. But I will not let your betrayal define me." With the strength of the gods behind him, Lleu fought fiercely against his enemies. His skill in battle was unmatched, and his heart surged with a fierce will to survive. The battle raged on, echoing through the valleys, as Lleu fought not just for his life, but for the honor that had been stripped from him. Every clash of steel and cry of defiance resonated with the raw emotion of his journey. In the end, Lleu emerged victorious. He stood amidst the ruins of betrayal, his heart heavy but determined. Though Blodeuwedd had turned against him, he chose to forgive rather than succumb to hatred. In that moment of triumph, he reclaimed his identity, not just as Lleu Lleu, but as a symbol of resilience and hope. The tale of Lleu did not end in vengeance. Instead, it became a story of redemption. He sought to heal the wounds left by betrayal and to build a new future for himself. The echoes of his past lingered, reminding him of the fragile nature of love and trust. Yet, with every step forward, he embraced his role as a hero, guiding others away from the darkness he had known. Lleu's journey became a beacon of hope for many. His story resonated through generations, a testament to the power of the human spirit in the face of betrayal and loss. The heartaches he endured shaped him into a wise leader, one who understood the complexities of love and loyalty. As he ruled with kindness, he inspired those around him to embrace their own challenges with courage. In the annals of Welsh mythology, Lleu Lleu stands tall, a tragic hero whose life was marked by trials but illuminated by triumph. His journey reminds us all that even in the darkest of times, the light of hope can guide us home. Lleu's legacy is not just a tale of vengeance, but a story of growth, forgiveness, and the unbreakable bonds of love that endure, transcending time and darkness. In the heart of Welsh mythology, there is a tale of a giant whose presence loomed large, not just because of his size, but due to the weight of his noble spirit. Bendigeidfran, the giant king, was a figure of both power and compassion, a leader whose heart was as grand as his stature. His story begins in a world where love and loyalty intertwine with betrayal and tragedy, setting the stage for an epic voyage that would change everything. Bendigeidfran was not just a king, he was a protector of his people, a symbol of hope in a time filled with uncertainty. His kindness and wisdom made him beloved among his subjects, who looked up to him not only for his physical strength, but also for his unwavering sense of justice. However, even the greatest of heroes are not immune to sorrow. The gentle giant carried the burdens of his realm upon his broad shoulders, always striving to ensure peace and prosperity for his people. Tragedy struck when his beloved sister, Branwen, was married off to the King of Ireland, a union meant to strengthen alliances. Though the marriage seemed promising at first, it quickly turned sour. Branwen faced humiliation at the hands of her new husband, who did not treat her with the respect she deserved. Bendigeidfran's heart ached for his sister, and as he learned of her suffering, he felt a fire ignite within him, a call to action that he could not ignore. Driven by love for his sister and the need to restore her dignity, Bendigeidfran gathered a mighty fleet and a loyal band of warriors to set sail for Ireland. This was no ordinary journey, it was a quest fueled by love and the hope of righting a great wrong. As they prepared to leave, the air was thick with anticipation, excitement, and fear. The giant king's determination shone through, inspiring everyone around him to believe that they could make a difference. The voyage to Ireland was fraught with challenges. The sea, vast and unpredictable, tossed their ship like a leaf in the wind. Yet, through storms and uncertainty, Bendigeidfran's spirit never wavered. His bravery became a source of strength for his crew, and they navigated the treacherous waters, driven by the hope of reuniting with Branwen and restoring her honor. Upon reaching the shores of Ireland, the sight that greeted them was both beautiful and daunting. The lush green hills were a stark contrast to the turmoil that lay ahead. With each step, the giant king felt the weight of his mission pressing upon him. They soon confronted the Irish king, demanding that he treat Branwen with the respect and love she deserved. But the confrontation did not go as Bendigeidfran had envisioned. The Irish king, fueled by pride and anger, rejected their pleas, sparking a conflict that neither side could have anticipated. The ensuing battle was fierce and brutal, echoing with the cries of warriors and the clash of swords. Bendigeidfran fought valiantly, his massive form a beacon of strength amidst the chaos. But as the tide of battle turned, the tragedy unfolded. Bendigeidfran's own kin and loyal companions fell around him, their bravery unmatched yet ultimately futile against the overwhelming forces they faced. Each loss carved a deeper wound in the giant king's heart, a painful reminder of the cost of loyalty and love. In the heat of the battle, Bendigeidfran realized that this fight was about more than just his sister's honor. It was a struggle for the very essence of who they were, a clash between love and hatred, loyalty and betrayal. Yet, despite the odds stacked against him, he remained determined. The giant king fought not just for victory but for hope, a glimmer of light in the encroaching darkness. As the dust settled and the cries of battle faded, Bendigeidfran found himself standing amidst the remnants of war. His heart ached not just for the fallen warriors but for the futility of the conflict. The price of love had proven to be unbearably high. In that moment, he understood that true strength was not merely about power in battle, but about the ability to love fiercely and to carry the weight of sorrow with dignity. Despite the heavy losses, Bendigeidfran remained resolute. He called upon his remaining warriors, rallying them with words that resonated deep within their hearts. He spoke of honor, love, and the importance of standing together in the face of adversity. His voice, deep and steady, became a source of comfort, reminding them that their bond was stronger than any weapon. As they prepared to return home, the sorrow of their losses hung heavily in the air. Bendigeidfran knew that the journey back would be marked by grief, yet he also recognized that they carried with them the spirit of those they had lost. They would honor their memories by continuing to fight for what was right, even in the face of despair. In a final act of profound nobility, Bendigeidfran took it upon himself to ensure that his sister would never feel alone again. He promised to protect Branwen and to ensure her happiness for the rest of her days. In his heart, he understood that true leadership was not about ruling with an iron fist, but about standing beside those you love, no matter the cost. The giant king's legacy became one of both tragedy and triumph. He returned to his kingdom a changed man, forever marked by the events in Ireland. Though the scars of battle lingered, they served as a testament to his unwavering spirit and dedication to his people. Bendigeidfran's story echoed through the ages, a reminder of the power of love and sacrifice, and how one noble giant could alter the course of history with his bravery and heart. In the end, the tale of Bendigeidfran is one of heartbreak and hope, a story that reminds us of the weight of loyalty and the strength found in love. His epic voyage to Ireland was not just a physical journey, it was a testament to the enduring bonds of family, the pain of loss, and the unbreakable spirit of a giant king who dared to stand against the darkness for those he cherished. In the heart of Welsh mythology lies a mystical place that captures the imagination and stirs the soul. Often described as another world, and is not just a distant land, it is a realm of wonder, mystery, and deep significance in the Welsh cosmology. It serves as both a paradise and a reflection of human experiences, a place where the boundaries between life and death blur, where time flows differently, and where the spirits of the departed find solace. And is often depicted as a land of beauty and abundance, overflowing with vibrant colors and rich landscapes. It is said to be filled with lush green meadows, sparkling rivers, and majestic mountains that touch the skies. The air in and is imbued with a sense of peace, and every breeze carries whispers of ancient stories. In this enchanting world, the sun never sets, casting a warm, golden glow over everything. The hills are alive with laughter, and the waters shimmer like diamonds, inviting all who enter to bask in their splendor. Yet, and is more than just a beautiful paradise, it holds a deeper meaning in the lives of the Welsh people. It is a place where the souls of the brave and the worthy go after death, a sanctuary for those who have lived honorably. The notion of end embodies hope and the promise of eternal peace. It reassures the living that death is not an end, but a transition to a different existence, where one can find rest and joy away from the struggles of the mortal world. Legends tell of the paths that lead to and, often hidden from the eyes of ordinary mortals. It is said that only the chosen can find their way there, guided by fate or the spirits of ancestors who watch over them. Many stories recount the brave souls who ventured into this other world, seeking wisdom, healing, or adventure. Those who manage to cross the threshold often encounter the enigmatic figures who inhabit this land, including deities and ancient heroes. One of the most famous stories surrounding and involves the tale of Arianrhod, the king of this mystical realm. Arianrhod embodies the qualities of a noble ruler, and his presence adds a layer of complexity to the understanding of Annwn. He is both a guardian and a guide, ensuring that the balance between the mortal world and the otherworld remains intact. His interactions with mortals often teach important lessons about sacrifice, loyalty, and the importance of honoring one's heritage. Arianrhod's relationships with mortals, particularly his bond with Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, highlight the interconnectedness of life and the afterlife. When Pwyll first encounters Arianrhod, he finds himself in a situation where he must prove his worthiness and bravery. The bond they form is a testament to the importance of friendship and mutual respect, blurring the lines between the living and the dead. This connection reveals how Annwn influences the world of the living, reminding them to cherish their relationships and to honor their ancestors. As tales of Annwn spread through the ages, they remind people that even in sorrow, there is a glimmer of hope. The souls who dwell in this other world are not forgotten, they continue to inspire and guide the living. And becomes a source of comfort, a place where loved ones are believed to reside, watching over their families and friends. It offers a sense of continuity, a reminder that life and death are intertwined, and that love transcends even the boundaries of mortality. In Welsh cosmology, the idea of Annwn shapes the understanding of existence. It is a place of reflection and growth, where the trials of life can be confronted and understood. The experiences of those who enter and resonate with the emotions and struggles of the living, providing a framework for navigating the complexities of human existence. It is in this other world that lessons are learned, hearts are healed, and true transformations can take place. Moreover, Annwn serves as a backdrop for many heroic quests. It is a land where warriors seek the wisdom of the ancients or the favor of the gods. These quests are often marked by challenges and trials, teaching the importance of courage and resilience. The heroes who embark on these journeys are forever changed, returning with newfound knowledge and strength. Their stories inspire those left behind, serving as a reminder that the journey does not end with death, but rather continues in new and unexpected ways. And also embodies the complexities of human emotions, love, loss, joy, and sorrow. It reflects the inner landscapes of the heart, where hope and despair coexist. The stories surrounding and capture the essence of what it means to be human, resonating with anyone who has faced hardship or loss. They offer a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than oneself, and a promise that love and memory endure beyond the physical realm. In essence, Annwn stands as a powerful symbol of life's cyclical nature. It teaches that endings are often beginnings in disguise. The beauty of this other world lies not just in its splendor, but in its ability to provide comfort and understanding. As the stories unfold, they whisper to the hearts of those who listen, inviting them to reflect on their own journeys and the legacies they will leave behind. In this way, Annwn transcends the confines of mythology. It becomes a sanctuary for the soul, a place of healing and reflection. It reminds us that the bonds of love and memory are never truly broken, that even in the depths of sorrow, there is a light that guides us forward. The whispers of call to us, urging us to remember that every end is but a stepping stone to a new beginning, woven into the rich tapestry of existence. In the heart of Welsh mythology lies Caer Sidi, a castle shrouded in mystery and wonder. This enchanting place is often described as a spiral castle, a swirling fortress that appears only to those deemed worthy. Many have sought its magical embrace, lured by tales of its beauty and the extraordinary experiences it offers. Caer Sidi is more than just a structure, it represents the intersection of reality and the otherworld, a space where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The very name, Caer Sidi, evokes a sense of awe and curiosity. It is said to be a place where time stands still, a sanctuary untouched by the worries of the outside world. The castle is often depicted as floating in the skies, surrounded by clouds that shimmer like silver. Those who have glimpsed Caer Sidi describe its towers reaching toward the heavens, adorned with vibrant colors that dance in the light. The walls seem to hum with ancient songs, echoing the laughter of its inhabitants and the whispers of those who have come before. Many stories speak of brave souls who have found their way to Caer Sidi, drawn by an inner calling or a longing for adventure. The castle is known to appear at the edge of dreams, where reality blurs and the impossible becomes possible. Those who enter are greeted by an otherworldly beauty, where lush gardens bloom with flowers that glow and rivers flow with water that sparkles like stars. Inside, the halls are filled with treasures beyond imagination, artifacts that tell tales of the past, and rooms that shift and change, revealing new wonders with each step. Yet, Caer Sidi is not merely a paradise for the fortunate. It holds deeper meanings, offering insights into the human experience. The castle serves as a mirror reflecting our desires, fears, and aspirations. It invites seekers to confront their inner selves, challenging them to embrace their true nature. In this mystical space, individuals have the opportunity to grow, learn, and transform. The encounters that unfold within its walls leave an indelible mark on the hearts of those who pass through. One of the most captivating aspects of Caer Sidi is its connection to the cycle of life and death. The castle is often associated with the otherworld, a realm where the spirits of the departed dwell. It symbolizes the journey of the soul, reminding us that death is not an end, but rather a transition to another phase of existence. In this light, Caer Sidi becomes a sacred place of remembrance, where the past and present intertwine, allowing the living to connect with those who have gone before them. Stories tell of the noble figures who have called Caer Sidi home, the guardians of wisdom and magic. These inhabitants are often depicted as ethereal beings, wrapped in cloaks of starlight. They watch over the castle, guiding those who enter and offering gifts of knowledge. Their presence brings a sense of comfort, reminding visitors that they are not alone in their quests. The wisdom shared within these walls is timeless, echoing the lessons learned through generations. As seekers wander through Caer Sidi, they often encounter the enchantments of the place. It is said that the castle can grant visions of the future or reveal hidden truths. The air is thick with possibility, and the heart races with anticipation. Many have left Caer Sidi forever changed, carrying with them newfound understanding and insight. The experiences within the castle serve as catalysts for personal growth, igniting passions and inspiring dreams. The spiral design of Caer Sidi holds significance as well. Spirals symbolize continuity, evolution, and the cyclical nature of existence. They remind us that life is not linear, it is a series of moments intertwined, leading us through various stages of growth. Each loop represents a choice, a chance to learn from our experiences. Within the spiraling walls of the castle, visitors are invited to reflect on their own journeys, to consider how far they have come and where they wish to go. Caer Sidi also embodies the idea of community and connection. It serves as a gathering place for those seeking solace, understanding, and support. Within its walls, friendships are forged, bonds are strengthened, and hearts are healed. The castle fosters a sense of belonging, a reminder that we are all part of something greater. It emphasizes the importance of sharing our stories and experiences as they weave together the tapestry of our shared humanity. Many legends speak of a time when the barrier between Caer Sidi and the mortal world thins, allowing glimpses of the castle to manifest in everyday life. It is during these moments that the magic of Caer Sidi seeps into reality, igniting hope and inspiration in the hearts of the living. People speak of encountering strange lights in the sky, hearing enchanting music in the breeze, or experiencing dreams that transport them to the castle's embrace. These instances serve as gentle reminders that the wonders of Caer Sidi are always within reach, waiting for those who are open to its magic. As the sun sets and the stars begin to twinkle, the legend of Caer Sidi continues to inspire hearts and minds. It calls to dreamers, adventurers, and those who seek a deeper understanding of life. The castle stands as a symbol of possibility, a place where the extraordinary unfolds and where the spirit finds solace. Caer Sidi teaches us to embrace the unknown, to explore the depths of our souls, and to connect with the threads that bind us all. In every story shared about Caer Sidi, there is a reminder that magic exists in the world around us. It encourages us to look beyond the surface and seek the beauty hidden within ourselves and others. The spiral castle, with its enchanting allure, serves as a beacon of hope, inviting us to dream, to explore, and to believe in the power of transformation. Each tale that emerges from Caer Sidi carries with it the weight of emotion and the promise of growth, leaving an everlasting imprint on the hearts of those who dare to dream. In the heart of Welsh mythology lies a powerful symbol, the cauldron of rebirth. This cauldron, more than just a vessel, represents the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. It holds a promise of renewal, a chance for transformation, and the ability to rise again from the ashes of despair. Those who seek its magic are often on a quest for something deeper, a longing to heal wounds, to reclaim lost hopes, or to understand the mysteries of existence. The cauldron whispers tales of resurrection, urging all who listen to believe in the possibility of new beginnings. Legend tells of a time when this cauldron resided in the otherworldly realm of Annwn, a place often depicted as beautiful yet haunting. And is a land of dreams and spirits, a place where the boundaries of reality blur, allowing souls to wander freely. The cauldron sits at the center of this ethereal landscape, radiating an aura of mystique and allure. It is said that those who drink from the cauldron gain immense knowledge, wisdom, and the ability to see beyond the veil that separates life from death. The cauldron of rebirth is filled with a mysterious liquid that shimmers like the night sky. It is not just water, it is the essence of life itself, imbued with magic and power. Each drop is a reminder that every ending is merely a new beginning waiting to unfold. Those who partake of its contents are granted a second chance, a chance to heal past wounds, mend broken relationships, and emerge stronger than before. This transformative power resonates deeply with the human experience, reminding us that, like the seasons, we too can evolve and grow. Many stories speak of heroes and heroines who sought out the cauldron, each driven by their personal struggles and aspirations. They approached it with reverence and hope, longing for its gifts to wash over them. One such tale tells of a warrior who, after losing everything in battle, stumbled upon the cauldron while wandering through the misty hills of Annwn. His heart heavy with grief, he dipped his hands into the shimmering liquid, feeling its warmth wrap around him like a gentle embrace. In that moment, he experienced a profound revelation. The cauldron showed him the faces of those he had lost, not as shadows of sorrow, but as radiant beings filled with love. It revealed to him that their spirits were not gone, they lived on in the memories and stories shared by the living. As he drank from the cauldron, the warrior felt the weight of despair lifting from his shoulders. A sense of peace enveloped him, filling the void left by his loss. He was reminded that life is a series of cycles, and though it may seem that we lose those we love, they are forever part of our journey. The cauldron allowed him to understand that every end brings forth a new beginning, like the first blooms of spring after the harshness of winter. With this newfound insight, the warrior returned to the world, carrying with him the lessons of the cauldron and the courage to face his life anew. The symbolism of the cauldron of rebirth extends beyond individual experiences. It serves as a powerful reminder of our collective humanity. In times of darkness and despair, when the weight of the world seems unbearable, the cauldron invites us to pause, reflect, and seek renewal. It challenges us to confront our fears and to embrace the unknown. The cauldron embodies the belief that from the depths of sorrow, joy can emerge once more. Within the depths of Annwn, the cauldron also represents the connection between the living and the departed. It serves as a bridge, allowing the two realms to intertwine. When one drinks from the cauldron, they are not just receiving wisdom for themselves, they are also honoring the memories of those who came before. The cauldron becomes a vessel for healing, not only for the individual but for the community as a whole. It reminds us of the importance of remembering our ancestors, of carrying their stories and teachings forward, and of recognizing that their influence shapes who we are. The cauldron of rebirth is also intertwined with themes of sacrifice. Many believe that in order to gain the cauldron's blessings, one must be willing to confront their deepest fears or face their past. This act of courage is often met with challenges, testing the resolve of those who seek the cauldron's magic. Yet, it is through these trials that true transformation occurs. The cauldron teaches that rebirth requires effort and determination. It is not a gift handed out lightly, but rather a treasure earned through introspection and perseverance. In this way, the cauldron acts as a guiding light, leading seekers on a path of self-discovery. It encourages us to ask the difficult questions: what do we need to release? What must we forgive? How can we heal? These questions stir within us the desire for growth, pushing us to break free from the chains of our past and to step into the light of a new dawn. As the stories of the cauldron of rebirth are passed down through generations, they continue to resonate with those who hear them. The cauldron serves as a source of inspiration, a reminder that every person has the power to change their narrative. No matter how dire the circumstances may seem, the cauldron offers hope and the promise of a fresh start. In a world that often feels overwhelming, the symbolism of the cauldron brings comfort. It reassures us that we are not alone in our struggles and that the journey of healing is universal. Each of us carries the potential for rebirth within, waiting to be awakened. The cauldron of rebirth invites us to embrace our vulnerabilities, to honor our stories, and to recognize the beauty of transformation. As we reflect on the cauldron of rebirth and its connection to Annwn, we are reminded that life is a dance of light and shadow. It is in the darkest moments that we often find our greatest strength. The cauldron encourages us to face our fears, to celebrate our victories, and to believe in the possibility of new beginnings. Each time we lift our heads and seek the magic within, we honor the legacy of those who came before us, and we carry their light into the world, continuing the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. In the heart of Welsh mythology, transformation weaves a captivating tapestry of stories filled with magic and wonder. The ability to change shape or form, whether into a majestic animal or a natural element, symbolizes the profound connection between beings and the world around them. This enchanting concept of shapeshifting invites us to explore our own identities and understand the essence of life itself. It speaks to a deep longing for freedom, for change, and for the ability to break away from the confines of the ordinary. Legends tell of gods and heroes who could take on the forms of powerful creatures, each transformation carrying its own significance. These stories are not merely fanciful tales, they resonate with the idea that we are all part of something greater, a world where boundaries are fluid and possibilities are endless. The act of shapeshifting embodies the notion that change is a natural part of existence. It encourages us to embrace our own transformations, whether they are physical, emotional, or spiritual. One such story is that of the great warrior Lleu, who possessed the gift of transformation. Lleu was known for his bravery and strength, but it was his ability to shift into different forms that set him apart. He could become a fierce eagle soaring high above the mountains or a cunning fox darting through the underbrush. Each transformation allowed him to experience the world from a new perspective, teaching him valuable lessons about life and survival. Through his adventures, Lleu discovered that strength comes not only from physical power but also from adaptability and wisdom. Then there is the tale of Rhiannon, a goddess known for her beauty and grace. Rhiannon had the ability to transform into a magnificent horse, a creature that represented freedom and wildness. When she took on this form, she would gallop through the valleys and forests, her spirit unbound by the constraints of human existence. In her horse form, she could escape from her troubles, transcending the worries of the mortal world. This transformation was a symbol of her inner strength and independence, reminding us that sometimes we must break free from our burdens to truly find ourselves. The stories of transformation do not only highlight individual characters, they also reflect the interconnectedness of nature. Animals, plants, and elements play vital roles in Welsh mythology, acting as guides and companions on the journey of life. In one tale, a brave hero transforms into a wolf to navigate treacherous terrain. In this form, he gains heightened senses, allowing him to hear the whispers of the wind and feel the pulse of the earth beneath his feet. This transformation shows how embracing different aspects of nature can empower us and deepen our understanding of the world around us. These myths evoke a sense of wonder, stirring emotions within us as we ponder the meaning behind such transformations. They encourage us to reflect on our own lives and the changes we undergo. Like the gods and heroes of old, we too can experience moments of profound transformation. The challenges we face often force us to adapt and grow, much like the creatures of the forest who must learn to survive in ever-changing conditions. One poignant tale speaks of a young girl who, after losing her way in the woods, calls upon the ancient spirits for guidance. In her desperation, she is transformed into a delicate bird, able to fly above the trees and see the world from a different angle. This transformation brings her clarity and perspective, enabling her to find her way back home. In her new form, she discovers her strength and resilience, and in the end, she returns to her human self, forever changed by her experience. This story beautifully illustrates how transformation can lead to self-discovery and personal growth. The act of shapeshifting serves as a powerful metaphor for the human experience. We are all capable of change, whether it be through hardship, love, or self-reflection. As we navigate life's challenges, we may find ourselves shedding old identities, much like a snake sheds its skin. With each transformation, we gain new insights, perspectives, and strengths. The tales of transformation in Welsh mythology remind us that change is not something to be feared but embraced. In many stories, transformation is also linked to the natural cycles of life. The seasons themselves embody this concept, as nature shifts from the vibrant blooms of spring to the quiet rest of winter. This cycle mirrors our own lives, where we experience periods of growth, decline, and renewal. The gods and heroes who could transform into animals or elements symbolize our connection to these cycles, reminding us that we are part of a larger tapestry of existence. These legends create a sense of awe and reverence for the natural world. They highlight the beauty of each creature and element, teaching us to respect and cherish the environment around us. When a character transforms into a mighty oak tree, for instance, it symbolizes endurance and strength. The oak stands tall through storms and seasons, much like we must stand strong through our own trials. Moreover, the stories of transformation foster empathy and understanding. When we see the world through the eyes of another being, we begin to understand their struggles and triumphs. The ability to transform allows characters to connect with the experiences of others, forging bonds that transcend differences. This theme resonates deeply with our own lives, encouraging us to walk in someone else's shoes, to feel their pain, and to celebrate their joy. As we reflect on the tales of shapeshifting in Welsh mythology, we are reminded of the beauty and complexity of our own transformations. Each of us has the capacity to change and grow, to embrace the wild and wonderful aspects of our existence. Like the gods and heroes of these ancient stories, we can tap into the magic of transformation, allowing it to guide us through life's challenges and uncertainties. The enchanting concept of shapeshifting invites us to celebrate our own journeys, to honor the moments of change that shape us into who we are. Whether it is through love, loss, or self-discovery, we can find strength in the stories that resonate with our hearts. In every transformation, there is a lesson to be learned, a chance to embrace the magic that lies within us all. On stormy nights, when the wind howls like a chorus of lost souls, tales of the wild hunt send shivers down the spines of those who dare to listen. This legend, steeped in mystery and echoing through the valleys of Wales, speaks of Gwen ap Nudd, the Lord of the Dead, and his ghostly procession that rides through the skies, gathering the spirits of those who have departed. The very thought of the wild hunt stirs the imagination, conjuring images of shadowy figures galloping through the night, their cries mingling with the crack of thunder. As the moon hangs low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the landscape, the air thickens with anticipation. In the folklore, the wild hunt represents more than just a ghostly ride. It symbolizes the thin veil that separates the living from the dead. Those who encounter this spectral procession are said to feel an unsettling chill, as if the very essence of the departed brushes against their skin. It is a reminder that death is not an end, but a continuation, a journey that transcends the earthly realm. Gwyn ap Nudd, the leader of this haunting cavalcade, embodies the duality of life and death. He is not just a figure of fear, he is also a guardian of lost souls, guiding them through the darkness. With his antlered crown and piercing gaze, he commands respect, instilling both dread and fascination. As the Lord of the Dead, he watches over the souls that wander, ensuring they find their way to the afterlife. In his presence, there is a sense of protection, even in the face of mortality. The stories tell of brave souls who dared to glimpse the wild hunt, their hearts pounding as they stood frozen in awe. The ground trembles beneath the hooves of ghostly steeds, and the air crackles with energy. Witnesses recount seeing a procession of figures cloaked in shadows, their faces obscured, riding fiercely across the night sky. Each rider carries a story, a memory of a life once lived, and their lamentations create a haunting melody that resonates in the hearts of those who hear it. The echoes of their past linger, reminding us that we are all part of a larger tapestry woven with threads of love, loss, and longing. In the heart of the hunt, there lies an undeniable truth: the connection between the living and the dead is profound and unbreakable. The spirits that join Gwyn on his hunt are not simply lost, they are reminders of the lives they once led. They carry the hopes, dreams, and regrets that defined their time on Earth. As they ride through the darkness, they share their stories, urging the living to remember them, to honor their legacy, and to cherish the fleeting moments of life. The wild hunt is a call to pay attention, to listen to the whispers of those who have come before us. It teaches us that our lives are intertwined with the past, that every action we take leaves an imprint on the fabric of existence. In moments of quiet reflection, we can almost hear the distant sounds of hooves and the faint laughter of those who have passed, reminding us that we are never truly alone. Many believe that the wild hunt occurs during times of great change or distress, acting as a harbinger of impending events. The sight of the ghostly riders can signal the loss of a loved one, or even a warning to prepare for the challenges ahead. The haunting sounds of their ride echo through the valleys, carrying with them the weight of unfulfilled desires and unfinished business. In this way, the wild hunt serves as both a reminder of mortality and an invitation to embrace life to its fullest. Tales of the wild hunt have been passed down through generations, growing richer and more intricate with each retelling. People share stories of family members who claim to have witnessed the procession, their eyes wide with fear and wonder. These stories weave together the experiences of countless individuals, forming a shared cultural memory that binds communities together. It is in these narratives that we find the heartbeat of our ancestors, their voices echoing through time. As the winds howl and the skies darken, the spirit of the wild hunt reminds us of the fragility of life. We are encouraged to confront our own fears and acknowledge the inevitability of death. But in doing so, we also recognize the beauty of existence, the fleeting moments that fill our days with joy and meaning. Each encounter with the unknown, whether through the wild hunt or the loss of a loved one, can spark transformation, urging us to live authentically and with purpose. When the hunt is over, and the ghostly riders fade into the night, they leave behind a lingering sense of wonder and contemplation. The stories of the wild hunt become part of our own narratives, intertwining with our experiences and shaping our understanding of life and death. They teach us to honor our past, to remember those who came before us, and to cherish the present moment, for it is all we truly possess. In the end, the wild hunt stands as a testament to the enduring connection between the living and the dead. It is a poignant reminder that while life may be fleeting, the stories we create and the love we share continue long after we are gone. Gwyn ap Nudd and his ghostly procession invite us to embrace the mystery of existence, to confront our fears, and to find solace in the knowledge that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. So, as the storm rages outside and the winds carry whispers of the past, remember the wild hunt, and let it inspire you to live fully and love deeply, for our time here is but a brief flicker in the vast tapestry of life. In the misty hills and lush valleys of Wales, animals roam not just as creatures of the earth, but as sacred beings woven into the very fabric of mythology. The connection between the people and these animals runs deep, creating a rich tapestry of stories that resonate through time. From majestic horses that carry heroes into battle to cunning ravens that act as messengers of the gods, each animal holds a special place in the heart of Welsh legends. Horses gallop through these tales, symbolizing strength, freedom, and the bond between humans and nature. The Celts viewed horses as magical beings, capable of bridging the gap between worlds. In stories, they are often depicted as companions to the great heroes, carrying them to victory and glory. One such legendary horse is the magnificent hippocampus, a creature of the sea and sky, blending both realms. The bond between a warrior and their horse is unbreakable, representing loyalty and courage that transcends the mortal plane. Riding a horse is not merely a mode of transportation, it is an intimate connection that reflects the rider's spirit. The rhythmic thundering of hooves against the earth echoes the heartbeat of the land itself. When a hero mounts their steed, they become a part of something greater, a dance of destiny that carries them into the annals of time. The stories of brave warriors and their noble horses are filled with emotion, inspiring awe and admiration as they battle against insurmountable odds, fueled by the bond they share. Then there are the pigs, often overlooked yet rich in meaning and significance. In Welsh mythology, pigs symbolize abundance, fertility, and sustenance. The story of Pwyll, Prince of Dyfed, highlights the importance of pigs when he encounters the magical boar of the Dyfed, a creature that bestows blessings upon those who are worthy. The Feast of the Boar serves as a reminder of the earth's generosity, emphasizing the cycle of life and death. Pigs are not just animals, they represent prosperity and the nurturing aspect of the land. The sacred nature of pigs also comes to life through their connection with the underworld. In many stories, they are seen as guides for souls transitioning from life to the afterlife. Their presence in myth serves as a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of life, death, and rebirth. The cycle of the seasons and the nurturing aspects of the earth are embodied in the humble pig, symbolizing the promise of new beginnings and the blessings that come with them. Ravens, with their dark feathers and piercing eyes, bring an air of mystery to Welsh mythology. Often seen as messengers between worlds, they carry secrets from the past and wisdom from the skies. The figure of Gwyn ap Nudd, the Lord of the Dead, is often accompanied by a raven, showcasing their role as guides for the lost souls. These birds are clever and resourceful, embodying the traits of intelligence and adaptability. In one poignant story, the raven becomes a symbol of hope. When a hero faces insurmountable challenges, it is the call of the raven that leads them to safety, guiding them through the shadows of despair. The cry of a raven can evoke feelings of longing, reminding us of the fragile nature of existence. In their presence, we find a reflection of our own fears and desires, evoking a sense of wonder and connection to the mysteries of life. Owls, with their silent wings and watchful eyes, embody wisdom and intuition. In Welsh myths, owls are seen as guardians of knowledge, capable of seeing beyond the surface of things. Their haunting calls at night remind us to look inward and confront our deepest truths. The story of Blodeuwedd, a woman created from flowers, intertwines with the owl's symbolism, showcasing how transformation and self-discovery are essential parts of our journey. When Blodeuwedd is cursed to become an owl, she embodies the struggle between light and darkness, beauty and despair. The owl represents her wisdom gained through hardship and her ability to see the truth behind the illusions of the world. This transformation is a poignant reminder that even in our darkest moments, there is potential for growth and renewal. Owls serve as guides in our own lives, urging us to trust our instincts and seek the deeper meanings behind our experiences. The stories surrounding these sacred animals stir our emotions, reminding us of the connections we share with nature and the world around us. Each creature embodies lessons that resonate deeply within us, from the strength of the horse to the nurturing presence of the pig, the wisdom of the owl, and the mystery of the raven. These animals serve as reminders of the delicate balance of life, urging us to honor our own journeys and the journeys of those who came before us. The importance of animals in Welsh myths extends beyond mere storytelling. It speaks to the heart of human experience. The bonds we form with these creatures mirror the connections we share with each other, emphasizing love, loyalty, and the shared struggle for understanding and meaning. Each tale weaves together the lessons of the past with the hopes of the future, creating a rich legacy that continues to inspire generations. As we walk through the lush landscapes of Wales, we can feel the echoes of these sacred animals in the rustle of leaves, the gentle flow of streams, and the whispers of the wind. They remind us that we are part of a larger tapestry, woven together by our experiences, emotions, and the love we share with the world. In honoring these creatures, we honor ourselves, embracing the beauty and complexity of life. The stories of Welsh mythology are not just tales of gods and heroes, they are reflections of our own humanity, urging us to listen to the whispers of the sacred animals that roam the earth and to cherish the connections that bind us all. In the heart of the Welsh countryside, the trees stand tall and proud, their branches reaching for the sky and roots sinking deep into the earth. Among these trees, the oak and hazel hold a special place, steeped in myths and legends that touch the soul. These sacred trees are more than just plants, they are ancient beings, filled with wisdom and stories waiting to be told. The oak tree, with its mighty trunk and sprawling branches, is a symbol of strength and endurance. In Welsh mythology, it represents the sacred connection between heaven and earth, a bridge between the physical and the spiritual worlds. Its bark, rugged and weathered, tells tales of storms weathered and seasons past. Many believe that the oak holds the spirits of ancestors, guarding the wisdom of those who came before. Underneath its sprawling canopy, many found solace. It is said that when one sits beneath the oak, they can hear the whispers of the past, the soft rustling of leaves carrying messages from the spirits. People would gather around oak trees during significant moments in their lives, seeking guidance and blessing. The oak was the heart of the community, a silent witness to joy and sorrow, love and loss. The legends surrounding the oak tree remind us of our own roots. Just as the oak stands tall and firm, so too do we find strength in our heritage, drawing nourishment from the stories of those who have walked before us. The oak teaches us the importance of resilience, of standing firm against the winds of change, and embracing the cycles of life. When we face challenges, we can look to the oak for inspiration, reminding us that, like it, we too can weather any storm. Hazel trees, with their delicate leaves and graceful branches, carry a different kind of magic. In Welsh lore, the hazel tree is a symbol of wisdom and knowledge. Its nuts are said to contain sacred wisdom, holding the secrets of the universe. Ancient tales tell of 9 hazel trees that grow by the well of Sagacium, their nuts falling into the water, bestowing enlightenment upon those who drink from it. The hazel tree is often associated with the goddess Brigid, a figure of inspiration and creativity. When she was invoked, it was believed that the hazel would bear fruits of knowledge and understanding. Sitting beneath a hazel tree, one might feel a rush of creativity, a spark of inspiration igniting within. Artists and poets found comfort in its shade, drawing on the hazel's magic to create works that captured the beauty and complexity of life. These trees also remind us of the importance of nurturing our own gifts. The hazel encourages us to seek wisdom in our own experiences, to listen to the whispers of inspiration that surround us. When we embrace our creativity and seek knowledge, we connect with something greater than ourselves, tapping into the well of wisdom that flows through time. As we wander through the ancient woodlands, we encounter other sacred trees, each holding its own significance. The yew tree, often found in churchyards, symbolizes immortality and the cycle of life and death. It reminds us that even in endings, there are new beginnings. The birch, with its white bark and slender branches, embodies renewal and new life, a symbol of hope that encourages us to embrace change. These trees do more than just stand in silence, they share their stories with those willing to listen. Each ring in their trunks holds a record of the years gone by, a testament to the resilience of nature. When we walk among them, we are reminded of our own journeys, the challenges we have faced, and the wisdom we have gained. In the presence of these sacred trees, we find a sense of peace and grounding. They invite us to reflect on our lives, to honor our connections with the earth and the people around us. The trees are living reminders of the importance of community, of nurturing relationships and fostering connections that help us grow. Every season brings new changes, yet the trees remain steadfast. They teach us that life is a cycle of growth and renewal. Just as the oak stands strong in winter, shedding its leaves yet preparing for the burst of life in spring, so too can we find strength in our own cycles of change. The hazel may seem bare in the cold months, but with patience, it bursts forth in a riot of green and gold, offering nuts and wisdom once again. When we share our stories beneath these sacred trees, we connect not just with each other but with the generations that have come before us. We honor the past while embracing the present, weaving our narratives into the rich tapestry of life. These trees remind us that we are not alone, we are part of a larger story, a living connection that spans time and space. In moments of doubt or fear, we can find solace among the trees. Their ancient presence offers comfort, a reminder that life is filled with beauty, even amidst challenges. The rustle of leaves in the wind becomes a lullaby, cradling our worries and inviting us to breathe deeply, to reconnect with ourselves and the world around us. The oak and hazel trees, along with their kin, invite us to reflect on our own lives. They urge us to seek wisdom in our experiences, to cherish the bonds we create, and to honor the sacredness of nature. These trees are not just symbols, they are living entities, each holding lessons that can inspire and transform. As we stand before these sacred trees, we feel the weight of their wisdom and the warmth of their embrace. They remind us that we are all connected to the earth and to each other, sharing a common thread that weaves us into the fabric of existence. In their presence, we can find strength, inspiration, and the courage to grow. In the heart of Wales, the landscape sings a song of ancient stories. Rivers flow like veins through the earth, lakes shimmer with secrets, and mountains stand as timeless guardians of the land. Each of these natural features holds a significance that goes beyond mere beauty. They are woven into the fabric of Welsh mythology, serving as the backdrop for legends, dreams, and the very essence of life. The River Severn, the longest river in the United Kingdom, snakes its way through the heart of Wales, cradling the land as it courses toward the sea. This river is not just a body of water, it is a living entity, a lifeline that has nourished generations. In myth, the Severn is often linked to stories of transformation and journeys. It whispers tales of those who sought adventure and found themselves forever changed. There's a deep magic in the river's currents. It is said that the river can take away your sorrows if you let it. People would gather along its banks, casting their worries into the water, watching them float away like leaves in the breeze. The gentle ripples would carry their burdens, offering solace in times of despair. When night falls and the moonlight dances on the water's surface, the river reveals its enchanting side, inviting lovers and dreamers to share their hopes and wishes. The Lleu Tegid, or Lake Bala, is another gem in this rich landscape. Its waters are often described as still and deep, reflecting the sky like a giant mirror. The lake is a sacred place, steeped in stories of beauty and tragedy. It is said to be the home of Tegid Pwyll, a wise man who transformed into a spirit that watches over the waters. His love for his wife, the beautiful Blodeuwedd, is woven into the fabric of the lake's lore. Legend tells of how Blodeuwedd was created from flowers to be the wife of Lleu, a hero destined for greatness. However, her heart longed for freedom, leading to her betrayal. The lake, with its still waters, serves as a reminder of the love that can turn tragic. When storms gather above Lleu Tegid, it is said to reflect the emotions of those who have loved and lost. The waves become a manifestation of heartbreak, echoing the pain of betrayal and longing. Yet, Lleu Tegid is not only a place of sorrow, it also embodies renewal. Every spring, as the flowers bloom around the lake, the spirit of love and hope returns. Fishermen cast their nets, and families gather for picnics, celebrating the cycle of life. The laughter of children fills the air, mingling with the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore. High above these waters lies Caer Idris, a mountain that commands respect and admiration. Its name means Chair of Idris, and it is said to be the throne of the giant Idris, a figure known for his wisdom and strength. The mountain is steeped in myths, with tales of those who have climbed its heights and never returned. It is believed that anyone who spends a night on the mountain will either become a poet or go mad, reflecting the fine line between inspiration and madness. Caer Idris stands tall against the sky, its peaks often shrouded in mist. Those who climb it can feel the weight of history in every step, as if the mountain itself holds memories of those who have sought its heights. The air grows thin and cool, and as the summit is reached, the world below appears as a tapestry woven from the threads of time. In that moment, standing above the valleys and lakes, climbers often feel a profound connection to the land and the stories that have been etched into it. The mountain's crags and valleys are home to a host of creatures and spirits. Tales of fairies dancing in the moonlight and ghostly warriors roaming the slopes whisper through the trees. Each rustle of the leaves or call of a bird feels charged with magic. This mountain, with its ancient stones and hidden paths, invites all who visit to reflect on their own journeys and the dreams that drive them forward. These natural features, the River Severn, Lleu Tegid, and Caer Idris, are not merely physical entities, they are living symbols of the human experience. They remind us of the currents of life that ebb and flow, the depths of love that can bring both joy and sorrow, and the heights of aspiration that inspire us to seek more. As we walk along the banks of the Severn, gaze into the tranquil waters of Lleu Tegid, or scale the heights of Caer Idris, we are reminded that we are part of something much larger. Our stories intertwine with those of the land, creating a rich tapestry of shared experiences. The natural world becomes a mirror reflecting our hopes, fears, and dreams. In moments of quiet reflection by the river, we find the strength to let go of our burdens, allowing the water to carry them away. Gazing into the depths of the lake, we see our own desires and aspirations, longing to be fulfilled. Climbing the mountain, we push through the challenges, feeling the exhilaration of reaching new heights. These connections to the natural world remind us of our roots, anchoring us to the land and each other. They evoke a sense of belonging, a reminder that we are not alone in our struggles and triumphs. As we stand before these majestic features, we feel the pulse of the earth beneath our feet, grounding us in a reality filled with magic and possibility. In every ripple of the river, every glimmer of the lake, and every whisper of the mountain, the stories of our ancestors echo, inviting us to listen and remember. We are all part of this beautiful narrative, one that continues to unfold with each passing day. In the mists of time, a legend emerged, a story that would transcend generations and cultures. King Arthur, a name that stirs the heart and ignites the imagination, carries with it the weight of dreams and aspirations. But where did this great king truly come from? In the rich tapestry of Welsh mythology, Arthur's origins are woven with threads of heroism, magic, and the yearning for a better world. Arthur is more than just a king, he is a symbol of hope, justice, and courage. He represents the ideal of what a leader should be. His story begins in the land of Wales, where ancient hills and valleys cradle the whispers of his name. Tales of Arthur are rooted in the early myths of the Celtic people, and his presence is felt throughout the landscapes of this mystical land. As a child, Arthur was destined for greatness. The legends speak of his miraculous birth, the way he was conceived under extraordinary circumstances. He is often said to be the son of Uther Pendragon, who, with the aid of the enigmatic Merlin, transformed into the likeness of another man to win the heart of Arthur's mother, Igraine. This extraordinary beginning sets the stage for a life filled with trials and triumphs, where destiny and magic intertwine in the most captivating ways. From the moment he drew the sword from the stone, Arthur's fate was sealed. This act was not just about proving his strength, but symbolized the rightful claim to the throne. The sword, often referred to as Excalibur, glowed with a power that was both beautiful and terrifying. With it, Arthur became the king of a united Britain, a realm that needed hope and strength to face its many challenges. As king, Arthur embodied the qualities that people admired: wisdom, bravery, and fairness. He gathered around him the Knights of the Round Table, a fellowship of noble warriors bound by their loyalty and commitment to justice. These knights were not just soldiers, they were dreamers, each carrying their own hopes and desires for a brighter future. Together, they fought for the good of the realm, embarking on quests that would lead them to the edges of their courage. But it wasn't just about battle and glory. The Round Table was a symbol of equality, a place where every knight had a voice. Arthur encouraged discussions and shared ideas, believing that the best decisions came from collaboration. In a time filled with chaos and strife, this ideal of unity inspired many. People gathered around tales of Arthur's justice, recalling how he ruled with compassion rather than tyranny. Among the many adventures, one of the most poignant tales is the quest for the Holy Grail. This sacred cup is said to possess incredible powers, representing purity and divine grace. The search for the Grail was more than just a physical journey, it was a spiritual quest, a yearning for something greater than oneself. Arthur's knights ventured forth, facing unimaginable challenges and uncovering their true selves. This quest tested their faith, friendship, and loyalty. Each knight returned, changed by their experiences, filled with wisdom and insights about their own hearts. The quest for the Grail brought out the best and the worst in those who sought it, highlighting their vulnerabilities. Through the challenges they faced, Arthur learned that greatness lies not just in victories but in understanding and compassion for others. Yet, the legend of Arthur is not without its shadows. The story of Guinevere, Arthur's beloved queen, brings a touch of heartache. Their love story is a blend of passion and tragedy, marked by betrayal and longing. Guinevere fell in love with Lancelot, one of Arthur's most trusted knights, and this affair threatened the very foundation of Arthur's kingdom. The betrayal cut deep, leaving Arthur torn between love and duty, between loyalty and heartbreak. As whispers of betrayal spread throughout the kingdom, Arthur faced his greatest challenge. The Round Table, once a symbol of unity, became fractured. Friends became enemies, and the ideals that once bound them together began to unravel. The dream of a united Britain faded into shadows, and Arthur's heart ached for the world he had envisioned. In the end, Arthur's story reflects the struggles of the human spirit. His journey embodies the highs and lows of leadership, the joy of victories, and the pain of betrayal. Even in his darkest moments, Arthur stood tall, fighting for what he believed in, determined to protect his people. His courage became a beacon of hope, reminding others that true greatness lies in the ability to rise, even when faced with despair. The legend of Arthur also speaks of his mysterious departure. Wounded in battle, he was taken to the enchanting Isle of Avalon, a place where healing and magic intertwine. Some believe he sleeps there, waiting for the day when Britain needs him most. The idea that Arthur is not truly gone but merely resting feeds the hearts of those who continue to believe in his legacy. As tales of King Arthur spread beyond the borders of Wales, they became part of a broader mythos that inspired countless generations. His story is timeless, reminding us that heroes can emerge from the most unlikely places and that the strength of a king lies not just in his sword but in his heart. Even today, Arthur's spirit lives on in the hearts of people who seek courage, justice, and the unwavering belief that good can triumph over evil. His legend encourages us to hold fast to our dreams, to gather around our own tables with friends and family, and to believe that we, too, can shape the world for the better. In the end, King Arthur is not just a figure of history but a powerful symbol of hope. His story resonates with anyone who has ever faced adversity, reminding us that, like him, we can strive for greatness and find our own place in the tapestry of life. Each time we recount his tale, we breathe life into the legend, ensuring that the heart of Arthur continues to beat within us all. Merlin, known as Merlin in Welsh, stands as one of the most captivating figures in Arthurian legends. His life is a tale woven with magic, wisdom, and a touch of tragedy that resonates through time. The very name Merlin evokes images of a wise old man, cloaked in mystery, with the ability to see beyond the present into the fabric of fate. His prophecies and guidance shaped the destiny of kings and kingdoms, making him a cornerstone of Welsh mythology and the tales of King Arthur. Born under unusual circumstances, Merlin's early life was filled with extraordinary events. Some tales say he was the son of a princess and a demon, marking him with a unique blend of the earthly and the otherworldly. This dual heritage granted him insights that most people could only dream of. As a child, he displayed remarkable intelligence and abilities, often foretelling events that would leave others astounded. His gift was a burden and a blessing, isolating him from those who could not understand his powers. The moment Merlin's life truly began to intertwine with destiny was when he met Uther Pendragon. Uther, the ambitious king, sought to unite Britain under his rule. But to do so, he needed the mystical sword Excalibur, which could only be drawn from the stone by the rightful king. Merlin, with his keen insight and understanding of the old magic, became Uther's trusted advisor. He guided him through treacherous paths, offering counsel that would define the fate of the realm. Merlin's prophecies were profound, often shrouded in riddles that hinted at great truths. He foretold the birth of Arthur, a child destined to unite the fractured kingdom. With every word, Merlin breathed life into a vision that would become a beacon of hope for the people of Britain. Yet, beneath the surface of his wisdom lay a deep sadness. He saw the future not just in terms of triumphs, but also in the heartaches that lay ahead. The weight of his visions pressed on him, a constant reminder of the challenges that awaited those he cared for. When Arthur was born, Merlin took him under his wing, acting as a mentor and protector. He recognized the potential in the young boy, believing that Arthur could fulfill the prophecy of a united Britain. Merlin guided Arthur in his formative years, teaching him the ways of leadership, honor, and the responsibilities that came with being a king. Their bond was more than that of teacher and student. It was a deep connection rooted in a shared vision for the future. As Arthur grew, so did the challenges he faced. The throne of Britain was not easily won. Rival kings and restless factions threatened to plunge the land into chaos. Merlin, with his prophetic abilities, offered guidance during these tumultuous times, helping Arthur navigate the treacherous waters of politics and war. His wisdom and foresight allowed Arthur to make choices that would shape the course of history. But Merlin's life was not without its own trials. He was not merely a passive observer, he was deeply invested in the lives of those around him. The heartache of watching Arthur struggle with betrayal and loss weighed heavily on him. The story of Guinevere and Lancelot's affair brought turmoil to Camelot, shaking the foundations of Arthur's reign. Merlin, despite his vast knowledge, could not prevent the emotional wounds inflicted on those he loved. The pain of betrayal echoed through the kingdom, leaving scars that would never fully heal. In the midst of these trials, Merlin's prophecies took on a more somber tone. He foresaw the downfall of Camelot, the disintegration of the dreams they had all fought for. Each vision became a haunting reminder of the fragility of peace and unity. Yet, despite the sorrow that came with these predictions, Merlin never wavered in his commitment to Arthur. He remained a steadfast ally, offering counsel even as the shadows loomed ever closer. Merlin's life took a tragic turn with the arrival of the enchantress Vivian, also known as the Lady of the Lake. In many versions of the tale, she fell in love with Merlin but ultimately sought to imprison him in a crystal cave. This act was not born from malice but rather a desire to protect the realm from the chaos that surrounded them. With a heavy heart, Merlin was trapped, his wisdom and power stifled. The very magic that made him extraordinary also led to his downfall. Trapped away from the world, Merlin became a figure of legend, a haunting memory of a time when hope still thrived. He watched from the shadows, aware of the fate that befell Camelot, the kingdom he had helped to create. Arthur, bereft of his greatest ally, struggled to keep the ideals of justice and honor alive amidst betrayal and despair. The bond between them remained strong, even as the world around them crumbled. Merlin's story is a testament to the dual nature of life, the joy of hope and the weight of sadness. He was a prophet who could see the future, yet he was powerless to change the course of events. His life serves as a poignant reminder that even the most powerful figures can experience loss and longing. The heart of his story lies not only in the prophecies he shared, but also in the love he had for those he guided. Even today, Merlin's legacy endures, a figure synonymous with magic and wisdom. His influence stretches far beyond the tales of Arthur, echoing through literature, film, and art. The themes of love, loss, and destiny woven into his narrative resonate with audiences, drawing them into the enchantment of his life. As the stories continue to be retold, Merlin remains a beacon of hope, a reminder that, despite the trials we face, wisdom and love can guide us through the darkest times. His journey speaks to the power of prophecy, the burden of knowledge, and the enduring strength of friendship. In the end, Merlin's life is a celebration of the human spirit, a testament to the belief that, no matter how challenging the road may become, the light of hope can always shine through the darkness. In the heart of the misty Welsh countryside, a figure glides through the shimmering waters, her presence both enchanting and mysterious. She is the Lady of the Lake, a character steeped in magic and lore, whose origins trace back to ancient Welsh mythology. Known as Lleu, her story is woven with threads of love, power, and heartache that echo through time, capturing the imagination of all who hear it. Lleu's tale begins long before she became the iconic Lady of the Lake, known to Arthurian legends. She emerged from the depths of the enchanting waters, often depicted as a beautiful maiden with flowing hair and a serene, yet powerful demeanor. Her home was a mystical lake, a place where reality intertwined with the supernatural. In these waters, she was both guardian and sorceress, possessing knowledge and powers that few could comprehend. The lake itself held secrets, deep and ancient, reflecting the very essence of life, death, and rebirth. In the stories, Lleu played a pivotal role in shaping the fate of heroes and kings. She was not merely a background figure, she was a force of nature, capable of bending the course of events with a single wave of her hand. The most famous tale that centers on her is her relationship with the great wizard Merlin, who was both her mentor and, in some ways, her prisoner. Their bond was complicated and layered with deep emotions, ranging from love to betrayal. Merlin, wise and powerful, saw in Lleu not just a student but a companion who understood the delicate balance of magic and humanity. He taught her the secrets of the ancient arts, sharing his knowledge of prophecies and spells. In return, she became enchanted by his wisdom and strength. Yet, as with all tales woven with magic, their relationship was fraught with challenges. Lleu's power was growing, and she began to realize that her destiny was not solely tied to Merlin's. She sought independence, longing to carve out her own path in a world where women were often seen as mere pawns. Lleu's choice to embrace her power became a turning point in their story. As much as she loved Merlin, the fear of becoming merely an extension of him haunted her. The Lady of the Lake could not allow herself to be trapped in a life defined by another's choices. In the depths of her heart, she knew that her destiny was intertwined with Arthur's and the fate of Camelot. This desire for autonomy fueled her spirit, propelling her towards a path filled with difficult decisions. When the moment came for her to choose, Lleu faced a heart-wrenching dilemma. She had to decide between loyalty to the man who had guided her and the freedom she craved. This inner conflict led to an act that would forever change her life. In a moment of desperation, she cast a spell that trapped Merlin in a crystal cave, hidden away from the world. This act was not born of malice, but rather a painful necessity, a way to assert her independence. Yet, it left her heartbroken, for she had to sacrifice the one person who had seen her true potential. With Merlin imprisoned, Lleu emerged as a figure of immense power and influence in her own right. She became a protector of the realm, guiding Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. It was she who gifted Arthur the legendary sword Excalibur, solidifying his claim to the throne and marking the beginning of his reign. The moment she rose from the waters, presenting the sword to Arthur, was magical. It was a symbol of hope and strength, a reminder of the bond between the magical and the mortal. As time went on, the complexities of her character deepened. Lleu was not just a source of magic, she embodied the duality of love and power. She loved fiercely and fought passionately for those she cared for. Yet, her heart bore the weight of sacrifice. The memories of Merlin haunted her, reminding her of the love they shared and the pain of their separation. In many ways, she became a tragic heroine, admired by many yet forever marked by her choices. The Lady of the Lake was also linked to the theme of resurrection and rebirth in Welsh mythology. Her role extended beyond that of a mere enchantress. She symbolized the cycles of life, where endings often lead to new beginnings. This connection to nature and the passage of time made her a figure of profound significance. She watched over the land, ensuring that balance was maintained, guiding those who sought her wisdom. The waters of her lake were seen as a source of renewal, a place where warriors could find strength and solace. Nimue's story resonates with anyone who has ever struggled with their identity or felt trapped by the expectations of others. Her journey reflects the timeless struggle for independence and self-discovery, showcasing the courage it takes to forge one's path. In a world often dominated by powerful men, she emerged as a symbol of female strength, intelligence, and resilience. Her choices, though painful, were rooted in the desire to honor her true self. As the tales of King Arthur and Camelot continued to be told, Nimue remained a figure of fascination. Her character evolved, sometimes portrayed as a benevolent protector and other times as a vengeful sorceress. This complexity added layers to her legend, inviting each new generation to interpret her story in their own way. In the end, the Lady of the Lake is more than just a character in a myth. She represents the eternal struggle between love and independence, magic and reality. Her essence echoes through the ages, reminding us that every choice we make has the power to shape not only our destiny but the destinies of those around us. Her story is a testament to the strength of the human spirit, the quest for freedom, and the belief that love can both uplift and bind us. In her watery embrace, she holds the dreams and hopes of all who seek to understand the power of their own stories. In a misty glade, where ancient trees whisper secrets of the past, a stone stands resolute, holding within it a sword of unmatched power. The sword in the stone, a beacon of hope and destiny, waits for the one true king. This tale, forever etched in the hearts of those who seek honor and bravery, is not merely a story of mettle and might but a journey of identity, purpose, and the unyielding bond between a hero and his weapon. The moment Arthur pulls that sword from the stone is electric, a rush of energy that surges through the air. It's not just a display of strength, it is the awakening of a king. In that instant, the heavens seem to align, the earth hums with approval, and a new chapter in the history of Britain begins. The sword, shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars, symbolizes the rightful claim to the throne. But the journey to that moment is fraught with challenges and doubts, shaping the man who would become a legend. Arthur is no ordinary boy. He carries the weight of expectations even before he knows who he truly is. Growing up in the shadow of great men, he is unaware of the noble blood that courses through his veins. Yet, there is something about him, an innate sense of justice, a heart that beats for the downtrodden, and a spirit that refuses to be broken. It is these qualities that make him worthy of the sword and the destiny it brings. As Arthur stands before the stone, a crowd of knights and noblemen watches, each with their own hopes of pulling the sword free. Yet, as they struggle and fail, doubt creeps into their hearts. They wonder if anyone will ever be able to claim the sword, the symbol of hope for a kingdom in turmoil. But Arthur feels a pull, an undeniable connection to the sword. He approaches the stone, and in that moment, the world seems to fade away. When his hands grasp the hilt, the weight of destiny falls upon him. It is not just about drawing the sword, it is about embracing the mantle of leadership that comes with it. As he lifts the sword from its resting place, a roar of approval erupts from the crowd, but within Arthur, there is a mixture of fear and exhilaration. He knows that this is the beginning of a path filled with challenges, battles, and the need for wisdom beyond his years. The sword in the stone is more than just a weapon, it is a promise of unity, strength, and honor. As Arthur wields it, he becomes the embodiment of those ideals. The sword whispers to him, guiding him in moments of uncertainty, reminding him of the man he strives to be. It is not just a tool for battle, it is a reflection of his soul. Each clash against an enemy resonates with the lessons he learns along the way, of compassion, loyalty, and sacrifice. But Arthur's journey does not end with the sword and the stone. Enter Excalibur, a sword with a legacy of its own. While the sword in the stone marks his ascension to the throne, Excalibur represents his destiny as the true king of Britain. Gifted to him by the Lady of the Lake, it is imbued with magic and purpose, a weapon that transcends the ordinary. The moment Arthur receives Excalibur, he feels the surge of power course through him. It is not merely a physical strength, it is a spiritual awakening, a connection to the very essence of the land and its people. Excalibur shines brightly, its blade reflecting the hopes and dreams of all who believe in Arthur's cause. It is a sword of justice, wielded by a king who desires peace in a land torn by conflict. With it, Arthur fights not just for himself, but for the legacy he wishes to create, a kingdom where honor and loyalty reign, where the weak are protected, and where love triumphs over hate. But even a king faces struggles, and Arthur's journey is fraught with sacrifices. Each battle takes a toll, and each victory is shadowed by the knowledge that leadership comes with a heavy price. There are moments when the weight of Excalibur feels too great to bear. In those times, he seeks solace by the lake, where he can hear the echoes of the lady's wisdom, reminding him of his purpose. The Lady of the Lake herself is a figure shrouded in mystery, her presence a reminder of the delicate balance between power and vulnerability. She sees the struggles in Arthur's heart and knows the choices he must make. In a world where trust can be fleeting, she offers him guidance, reminding him that true strength lies not just in wielding a sword but in knowing when to show mercy. As Arthur faces his trials, he learns that the swords he carries are not just instruments of war but symbols of hope and love. They embody the dreams of those who believe in him. The loyalty of his knights and the love of Guinevere fueled his determination to be a king worthy of their trust. Excalibur, in all its brilliance, serves as a reminder that leadership is about more than glory. It is about compassion, integrity, and the will to fight for what is right, even when the odds seem insurmountable. The legends of Arthur, the Sword in the Stone, and Excalibur resonate through the ages, echoing the timeless themes of courage and honor. They remind us that every person carries their own sword, whether it is the strength to face personal battles or the courage to stand up for others. Just as Arthur became a beacon of hope for his people, we too can rise above our struggles and wield our swords of truth, love, and justice in a world that often tests our resolve. The stories of Arthur's legendary weapons continue to inspire us, inviting us to reflect on our own lives and the choices we make. The Sword in the Stone calls to us, urging us to embrace our destinies, while Excalibur reminds us that with great power comes great responsibility. In a world that can be harsh and unforgiving, the legacy of these swords shines brightly, illuminating the path toward hope, unity, and the belief that anyone can rise to greatness if they dare to dream. In the soft glow of dawn, where the mist hangs low over the water, lies Avalon, the fabled Isle of the Apples. This mystical place is not just a figment of imagination, it pulses with life and magic, evoking a sense of wonder and tranquility that lingers long after the stories are told. Avalon is where the veil between worlds is thin, a realm where dreams and reality intertwine, and the heart can find peace. Legends say that Avalon is a land of eternal spring, bursting with trees heavy with luscious apples. These apples are not just fruit, they are symbols of healing, immortality, and rebirth. To bite into an apple from Avalon is to taste the sweetness of life itself, a promise of hope and a fresh beginning. It is said that the waters surrounding the isle shimmer like liquid silver, reflecting the light of the sun and the stars. The gentle lapping of the waves sings a soothing lullaby, drawing weary souls to its shores. As you approach Avalon, the air feels different, charged with a sense of magic that wraps around you like a warm embrace. There is an intoxicating fragrance of blossoms that wafts through the air, filling your lungs with a sweetness that brings calm to the restless heart. The path leading to the island is shrouded in mystery, appearing only to those who are truly in need. The call of Avalon beckons to those seeking solace, healing, or perhaps a glimpse of something greater than themselves. At the heart of Avalon lies a magnificent grove, a sacred space where the trees are ancient and wise. They seem to whisper secrets of the ages to those who pause to listen. Here, you may encounter the enchanting figure of Morgana, the Lady of Avalon. She embodies the spirit of the land, a guardian of its magic and its mysteries. With flowing hair that dances like the wind and eyes that shine with the light of the moon, she holds the wisdom of the ages. To meet her gaze is to feel the weight of the world lift, replaced by a sense of belonging and understanding. Morgana's presence is comforting. She knows the stories of every traveler who steps foot on Avalon, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. Those who seek her guidance find clarity in their confusion and hope in their despair. She offers apples to the weary, a small token of her love that rejuvenates the spirit and nourishes the soul. Each bite is a reminder that there is beauty in the world, even in the darkest of times. Avalon is also a place of healing. The waters that surround the island are said to possess miraculous properties, washing away pain and sorrow. Those who immerse themselves in these waters feel a transformation, as if they are shedding their burdens and emerging anew. It is a place where the past and future intertwine, allowing one to reflect on their journey while paving the way for new beginnings. People come to Avalon not just to find answers, but to let go of what no longer serves them, to find peace in the midst of chaos. The connection between Avalon and the otherworld runs deep, revealing a rich tapestry of life after death and the cyclical nature of existence. This is not a place of endings, but of transitions. It is a land where heroes return to heal and find solace. Arthur, the once and future king, is said to rest here, awaiting the moment when his people will need him again. His presence is felt in the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves, a reminder that hope is never truly lost. The allure of Avalon lies in its ability to touch the human spirit, to ignite a spark of courage and resilience. The stories of Avalon resonate with anyone who has ever felt lost or broken. They remind us that we are not alone in our struggles. Just as the trees stand tall and unwavering, so can we find strength in our own roots. The cycle of life, death, and rebirth is woven into the very fabric of Avalon, teaching us that every ending carries the seeds of a new beginning. In times of sorrow, when the weight of the world feels unbearable, one can close their eyes and picture Avalon. Imagine standing in the grove, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, the scent of apples filling the air. With each breath, feel the burdens of life begin to lift, replaced by a sense of lightness and possibility. This is the magic of Avalon. It holds a space for healing, for dreams to flourish, and for hearts to mend. Avalon also serves as a reminder of the connection we share with nature and the cycles that govern our lives. Just as the seasons change, so too do we experience moments of growth, decline, and renewal. The apples that fall from the trees symbolize this cycle, a beautiful dance of life that continues regardless of our struggles. When we honor this connection, we tap into a wellspring of strength and wisdom that guides us through the challenges we face. The story of Avalon is not confined to myths and legends, it lives on in the hearts of those who believe in its magic. It whispers to us through the rustle of leaves, the sound of flowing water, and the fragrance of blossoms. Each visit to Avalon is an opportunity to connect with the essence of life itself, to embrace the moments of joy and sorrow that shape who we are. As the sun sets over the Isle of the Apples, casting a warm golden glow across the water, it is a reminder that even in darkness, there is light. The journey to Avalon may be physical or spiritual, but it is always one of discovery. It invites us to explore the depths of our hearts, to confront our fears, and to find our place in the world. In the embrace of Avalon, we can find hope, healing, and the strength to rise again, no matter how many times life tries to knock us down. Avalon remains a beacon of hope, a place where dreams are nurtured, and where love transcends time and space. It teaches us that we are part of a larger story, one that is forever unfolding. As long as we believe in the magic of Avalon, we can carry its light within us, guiding us through the shadows and into the dawn of a new day. In the mists of time, where the sea kisses the land and whispers secrets of ancient stories, lies the legendary kingdom of Caer Sidi. This mythical place, once a vibrant realm, now rests beneath the waves, shrouded in mystery and sorrow. The tale of this drowned kingdom stirs the heart and ignites the imagination, echoing through generations like a haunting melody. Caer Sidi was not just a kingdom, it was a land of dreams, filled with bustling towns, fertile fields, and joyous laughter. The people thrived in harmony, tending to their homes, farming the rich soil, and sharing stories around warm fires. But beneath this idyllic surface, a shadow loomed, a warning of the depths that lay just beyond their shores. The sea was both a giver and a taker, and the balance was delicate. The tale speaks of a mighty king, a wise ruler who loved his people dearly. His heart was as expansive as the sky, and his spirit was fiercely protective of the land. Yet, he was not without his flaws. The king relied heavily on a system of dikes and barriers to protect his kingdom from the relentless tide. While he sought to keep the waters at bay, he also dismissed the whispers of caution from his advisors, believing that his love for the land would be enough to hold back the sea. As time passed, the kingdom prospered, and the people grew complacent, lulled into a false sense of security. They forgot the old tales of the sea's power, the stories of ships lost to storms and shores swallowed by waves. The heart of Caer Arguelid beat with life, but the undercurrents of nature remained, waiting patiently for the moment to strike. The sea, it seemed, had its own plans. One fateful night, a terrible storm arose, dark clouds swirling like a raging tempest above. The winds howled, and the sea roared, a primal force reminding all that it was not to be trifled with. The people of Caer Arguelid, caught off guard, fled to their homes, praying for safety. The king, realizing the magnitude of the threat, gathered his bravest warriors to defend the kingdom. But as the storm raged on, it became clear that their efforts were in vain. The waves crashed against the dikes, powerful and merciless. Water surged, flooding the streets, drowning the laughter and joy that had once filled the air. Panic erupted as families were swept away, their homes swallowed by the relentless tide. The king stood on the battlements, watching helplessly as his beloved kingdom was consumed by the sea, a heart-wrenching scene that no words could capture. Amid the chaos, a brave figure emerged, a young girl, the king's daughter. With a spirit as fierce as the storm, she refused to abandon her people. She raced to the seashore, her heart pounding in her chest, determined to save those she loved. As the waves crashed around her, she called out to the sea, pleading for mercy, begging it to spare her kingdom. In that moment, the heart of a child, innocent and pure, resonated with the depths of the ocean. But the sea is not easily swayed. It does not know mercy as we understand it. In a final act of defiance, the kingdom was swept away, leaving nothing but memories and echoes in its wake. The girl, too, was lost to the depths, her spirit forever entwined with the legend of Caer Arguelid. As the years passed, the story of the drowned kingdom transformed into a powerful myth, one that resonated deeply with the hearts of those who heard it. It became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the balance between humanity and nature. The kingdom, once a symbol of prosperity, now stood as a poignant reminder of the consequences of ignoring the warnings of the world around us. The tides that took Caer Arguelid away also gifted it a legacy of hope, resilience, and the enduring spirit of its people. Even today, when the sea is calm and the sun shines brightly, locals speak of the ghostly lights that flicker on the horizon. They tell tales of how, on certain nights, the echoes of laughter can be heard from the depths, as if the souls of Caer Arguelid still celebrate their existence beneath the waves. Fishermen sometimes claim to have seen glimpses of the kingdom through the water, vibrant and alive, just out of reach. The waters that swallowed the kingdom became a part of the story, a character in its own right. They symbolize the unstoppable force of nature, a reminder that life is fragile and that we are but temporary guests in this world. The myth of Caer Arguelid serves as a poignant warning to respect the power of the elements and to cherish what we have while we still possess it. This story continues to resonate with those who hear it, touching hearts and stirring emotions. It reminds us that even in the face of tragedy, there is beauty in the memories we hold dear. The spirit of Caer Arguelid lives on in the stories we tell, in the lessons we learn, and in the hearts of those who remember. In every wave that crashes against the shore, there is a whisper of Caer Arguelid, a call to remember the joy of life and the importance of balance. It invites us to reflect on our connection with the world around us, to appreciate the beauty that exists, and to acknowledge the power of nature. The tale of the drowned kingdom is a heart-touching reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring legacy of love and loss. As long as we remember, Caer Arguelid will never truly be lost. It remains a part of us, a symbol of hope and resilience that lives on in the hearts of those who hear its story. The drowned kingdom teaches us to listen to the whispers of the past and to cherish the fleeting moments of beauty in our lives. In the depths of tragedy, there lies a powerful message of love, reminding us that even in the face of loss, the spirit of a kingdom can continue to shine brightly in our hearts. In the heart of Wales, where the mountains meet the sky, lies a tale that sends shivers down the spine and ignites the spirit. It is a story steeped in legend, where fierce dragons, ancient prophecies, and the weight of destiny intertwine at Dinah's Emery's. The very name evokes images of magic and power, as two great dragons battled for supremacy, each embodying a side of Wales itself, the fierce spirit of the red dragon and the cold determination of the white. Long ago, when the world was still young and brimming with mystery, the land was ruled by kings and warlords. Among them was a noble leader named Vortigern, a man struggling to maintain his reign. His kingdom was under threat from invaders, and he sought wisdom from the seers and druids, who advised him to build a stronghold on Dina's Imries, a hill that seemed to pulse with ancient energy. It was a place that promised protection, but fate had other plans. As the builders worked tirelessly, they faced an inexplicable problem. Each night, the walls they constructed would crumble to the ground by morning. Despair set in, and Vortigern, driven to madness by his failure, summoned the wisest of his advisors. The druids gathered, their eyes reflecting the flickering light of the torches, and they spoke of an ancient prophecy. It told of a child born of a virgin who would bring forth the future of the land. A child who could reveal the reason for the destruction of the king's dreams. Driven by desperation, Vortigern searched for this child. After much searching, he discovered a young boy named Merlin, who was said to be born under extraordinary circumstances. Merlin was wise beyond his years, possessing a knowledge of the world that could not be measured. When brought before Vortigern, Merlin's presence felt like a gentle breeze stirring the heavy air. The king demanded to know the cause of his troubles, and in response, Merlin spoke with calm conviction. The ground beneath Dina's Imries, Merlin explained, was home to two powerful dragons, trapped in a fierce struggle for dominance. The white dragon represented the invading Saxons, while the red dragon symbolized the rightful kings of the land. The prophecies foretold that the red dragon would ultimately prevail, signaling hope and unity for the people of Wales. The boy's words rang clear, resonating with the hearts of those who listened, stirring something deep within them. But Vortigern was skeptical. How could a mere child know such things? To prove the truth of his words, Merlin insisted on a dramatic demonstration. He proposed a duel between the two dragons to settle their age-old conflict. The king, filled with doubt but desperate for answers, agreed. As the skies darkened and the winds howled, the ground trembled beneath them. Suddenly, the earth split open, and from its depths, the two dragons emerged. The white dragon, fierce and cold, bore the mark of the invaders. Its eyes glowed with a chilling intensity, while the red dragon, strong and brave, radiated warmth and passion. As the dragons clashed in a magnificent battle, their roars echoed across the hills, shaking the very ground on which they fought. The sight was breathtaking, a dance of power and fury that encapsulated the essence of life itself. With every strike, with every clash of scales and breath of fire, the fate of the kingdom hung in the balance. The white dragon seemed to have the upper hand, its strength evident as it pushed the red dragon back. Fear gripped the hearts of those watching, wondering if the land would fall under the cold grasp of the invaders. But just when hope seemed lost, something extraordinary happened. The red dragon, fueled by the spirit of the people, rose up with newfound strength. It fought with a tenacity that spoke of love, loyalty, and the promise of a brighter future. Each strike echoed the heartbeat of the land, a reminder of the spirit of the Welsh people who had endured so much. The battle reached its climax as the red dragon unleashed a powerful roar, shaking the very foundations of Dina's Imries. In a final, breathtaking moment, the red dragon triumphed, sending the white dragon retreating into the shadows. The victory was not just for the dragon, but for the people of Wales, who cheered and celebrated their newfound hope. The prophecy was fulfilled, and the heart of the land beat once more. Merlin's words became a beacon of light, guiding the way toward unity and strength. As the dust settled and the dragons faded back into the myths from which they came, the people gathered around Merlin, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. The young boy had not only revealed the truth, but had also awakened the spirit of the land itself. From that day forward, the red dragon became a symbol of Wales, proudly adorning flags and banners, a reminder of the fierce spirit that would never be extinguished. Dina's Imries stood as a testament to the power of belief, unity, and the indomitable spirit of its people. The legend of the dragons reminded everyone that even in the darkest of times, there is hope. It taught them that true strength lies not only in power, but also in love, loyalty, and the will to fight for what is right. As time passed, the story of Dinas Imres and its dragons evolved, growing richer and more vibrant with each telling. The connection between the dragons and the land resonated deeply with those who heard it. The tale became a reminder of the importance of believing in oneself and in the power of unity. Today, the legacy of Dinas Imres continues to inspire, stirring hearts and igniting the imaginations of all who encounter it. The spirit of the red dragon endures, a symbol of resilience and hope that unites the people of Wales. Whenever the sun rises over the hills, illuminating the land with a warm glow, it serves as a reminder that courage and love can conquer even the fiercest of foes. In every child's laughter and every whispered story, the magic of Dinas Imres lives on, urging us to embrace our roots and cherish the power of our dreams. The dragons of Wales, fierce and magnificent, remind us that in the face of adversity, we can rise, just like the red dragon, stronger and more determined than ever. The echoes of that ancient battle still resonate, a heart-touching reminder that hope, love, and courage will always prevail. In the quiet valleys of Wales, where rolling hills touch the sky, a great change was stirring, echoing through the hearts of its people. This was a time when ancient beliefs and vibrant traditions clashed with new ideas and faiths as the winds of change swept through the land. The arrival of Christianity brought both hope and uncertainty, transforming the lives of many and weaving a new thread into the rich tapestry of Welsh culture. For centuries, the people of Wales had lived by the rhythms of nature, guided by the sun, moon, and stars. They worshipped gods and goddesses who represented the forces of the world around them, from the mighty oak trees to the flowing rivers. Their myths were filled with heroes and spirits, tales of bravery and love that danced on the lips of every storyteller. The spirits of the land were a part of their daily lives, and the sacred sites of worship, such as ancient stone circles and groves, were filled with the energy of their ancestors. But as the world around them began to shift, these cherished traditions faced an uncertain future. With the arrival of Christian missionaries, the landscape of belief began to change. These missionaries spoke of a single God who loved all, offering a new hope that tugged at the hearts of the people. They shared stories of compassion, forgiveness, and eternal life, and many were drawn to the warmth of this new faith. However, the transition was not without its struggles. Families were torn between old beliefs and new ones, each person grappling with the pull of tradition and the promise of salvation. In the early days of Christianity, many embraced the new faith while trying to hold on to their roots. Villages became places of vibrant discussion, where the old ways met the new. Some villagers found ways to blend the two, holding on to their beloved stories of gods and heroes while welcoming the teachings of Christ. They infused the old tales with new meaning, making them relevant in a changing world. The idea of the divine shifted, intertwining the old and the new, creating a unique spiritual landscape where both the past and future could coexist. As churches began to rise alongside sacred oaks, the echoes of the old myths transformed. The tales of the mighty warriors of legend were reframed, with characters like Arthur and Merlin gaining new significance. They became symbols of courage and faith, heroes who could inspire the people in their journey towards salvation. In their stories, the magic of the past merged with the light of the new teachings, creating a sense of continuity that comforted the hearts of those who feared losing their identity. Yet, not everyone welcomed this new faith. Some clung fiercely to the old gods, feeling a deep connection to the earth and the spirits that had guided their ancestors for generations. The arrival of Christianity threatened to erase their history, and they mourned the loss of their beloved traditions. Rituals that once celebrated the changing seasons began to fade, replaced by new holidays that honored saints and biblical events. As time passed, the sacred sites of old became places of worship for the new faith, transforming the landscape and the hearts of those who lived there. In the midst of this transformation, the stories of the old gods became whispered echoes, preserved in the hearts of the people. They held onto the magic and wonder of their myths, even as the world changed around them. The spirits of the land became symbols of resilience, reminders that their history was worth remembering. The oaks still stood tall, their roots deep in the earth, as if to say, "We are here. Do not forget us." One particularly poignant story from this time speaks of a young woman named Enid who loved the tales of the old gods. She found comfort in the stories of her ancestors and the magic that surrounded her. As Christianity took hold, she felt torn between two worlds. Enid's heart ached at the thought of losing the beauty and wonder of her heritage, yet she was also drawn to the kindness and compassion she saw in the new faith. One night, under a sky filled with stars, Enid wandered to a sacred grove where the ancient spirits still lingered. She knelt by the great oak tree, placing her hand against its rough bark, and whispered her fears. "Will you still be with me?" she asked softly. "Will I forget your stories?" As if in response, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and she felt a warmth envelop her. It was a feeling of love and acceptance that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. In that moment, she realized that the stories of her ancestors would always be a part of her, woven into her very being. With renewed strength, Enid decided to share her stories with others, blending them with the teachings of Christianity. She gathered children and elders alike, recounting the heroic deeds of Arthur and the bravery of the knights, while also speaking of love and compassion. Her voice became a bridge between two worlds, uniting those who felt lost in the tides of change. As time went on, the tales of old continued to breathe life into the hearts of the Welsh people. While some traditions faded, new ones emerged, allowing them to honor both their past and their present. The transition from paganism to Christianity created a new sense of identity, a rich tapestry woven from both old and new threads. The coming of Christianity to Wales was not merely a shift in faith, it was a profound transformation of culture and identity. It brought hope, love, and compassion, while also challenging the people to remember where they came from. In the hearts of the Welsh, the old gods would always be cherished, their stories passed down through generations, evolving but never forgotten. As the sun set over the valleys, casting a warm glow on the land, the spirit of Wales endured. The echoes of laughter and the sounds of storytelling filled the air, a testament to the strength and resilience of a people who learned to adapt, to embrace change, and to carry their rich history forward into the future. The legacy of both the old and new would live on, forever intertwined in the fabric of Welsh culture, reminding all who heard their stories of the beauty of transformation and the power of belief. In the dim light of flickering candles, the sound of a quill scratching against parchment filled the air, weaving together threads of old tales and new truths. The heart of Wales was alive with stories, vibrant and full of wonder, but the landscape was shifting, and the fabric of belief was changing. As Christianity spread across the land, it began to intertwine with the ancient myths, transforming them into legends that would echo through time. This was a time when old heroes met new saints, and the past danced with the present in a delicate balance of faith and folklore. In the early days, the people of Wales cherished their myths like sacred treasures. These stories were not just entertainment, they were lifelines, connecting them to their ancestors, their land, and their identity. Tales of brave warriors, enchanting fairies, and mighty gods filled the hearts of young and old alike, creating a rich cultural tapestry that defined their existence. But as Christianity spread its wings over the land, bringing with it teachings of love, redemption, and salvation, these cherished myths faced a formidable challenge. The early Christian missionaries arrived with a burning passion to share their faith, but they found a people deeply rooted in their traditions. The challenge lay not only in converting hearts, but also in making the new teachings resonate with a culture steeped in ancient beliefs. Rather than erasing the myths, some missionaries recognized the power of these stories. They understood that the legends held a wisdom and familiarity that could help bridge the gap between the old and the new. One such story was that of Arthur, the legendary king whose name inspired awe and admiration. In the hearts of the Welsh, Arthur was not merely a figure of chivalry, he was a symbol of hope, a leader who united his people against the darkness. As the Christian narrative began to take root, Arthur's character evolved. The gallant king was transformed into a defender of the faith, a noble figure who fought not just against invaders but against sin and despair. His noble quests took on new meanings, resonating with the ideals of Christianity while still embracing the essence of his legendary past. As the legends morphed, the stories of Merlin, Arthur's wise mentor, also underwent a profound change. Once a powerful enchanter deeply connected to the magical realms, Merlin was reimagined as a prophet, a figure whose wisdom guided the Christian leaders in their quests. His prophecies began to reflect Christian ideals, filled with hope for a future where good triumphed over evil. He became a beacon of light in a world that needed guidance, intertwining his mystical origins with the new faith. The tales of the ancient gods and goddesses also found new life. The deities of the old ways were not simply discarded, instead, they were woven into the fabric of Christian thought. For instance, the goddess Bridget, once celebrated as a source of inspiration and healing, was reinterpreted as Saint Bridget, a figure of compassion and virtue. The legends of these gods were adapted to fit into the Christian narrative, creating a rich tapestry that honored the old while embracing the new. This transformation was not merely a matter of rewriting stories, it was a profound shift in identity. The Welsh people were caught in a whirlwind of change, struggling to find a place for their cherished myths in a world that seemed to be pushing them aside. Many felt a deep sorrow at the thought of losing their beloved tales, their heroes, and their connection to the land. Yet, through this process of adaptation, a new sense of belonging emerged. The medieval literature that followed became a canvas for this evolution. The pages of manuscripts were filled with vibrant illustrations of knights, battles, and quests, capturing the imagination of readers. These stories spoke to the hearts of those who felt the weight of change. They offered a sense of continuity, a reminder that their history was still alive and relevant. The tales of Arthur and his knights inspired not just admiration, but also a sense of duty to uphold the values of bravery, loyalty, and faith. The blending of myth and legend allowed the people of Wales to hold onto their roots while also embracing the new path ahead. It was a delicate dance between the past and the present, where the echoes of ancient voices mingled with the teachings of Christ. The transformation of these myths gave rise to a powerful sense of identity, uniting the people in a shared narrative that honored their heritage while looking toward the future. As the fires burned low and the quill rested upon the parchment, the storytellers understood the significance of their work. They were not just preserving tales, they were creating a legacy. Each word penned was a bridge, connecting the hearts of generations past to those yet to come. The power of storytelling flowed through their veins, binding them to the earth, the sky, and the spirits of their ancestors. In this new narrative, the old myths became vessels of hope, teaching valuable lessons that transcended time. They reminded the people of their strength in the face of adversity and their capacity for love and compassion. The stories of their heroes were no longer confined to the past, they became guiding lights for the present and the future. As the night deepened, the stars twinkled like the dreams of the past, casting a warm glow over the valleys of Wales. The legends, now transformed into rich tales of courage and faith, echoed through the ages, whispering to those who would listen. The heart of Wales remained alive, pulsing with the stories that defined its people. Through the process of transformation, the myths of old had not disappeared, they had evolved, adapted, and grown stronger. In their new forms, they resonated with the hearts of the Welsh people, reminding them that their identity was not solely defined by the past, but also by their ability to embrace change. The legends of Wales stood as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a celebration of the dance between myth and reality that would forever shape their story. In the heart of the Welsh landscape, where the winds carry the whispers of ancient hills and rivers, the saints walked alongside legends, leaving behind footprints that still shape the spiritual fabric of the land. Among these saints, none shines brighter than Saint David, Dewi Sant, whose name resonates with reverence and pride. But David, like many other saints of Wales, did not walk into a land devoid of story. He stepped into a world alive with myth, where the gods of old roamed and ancient spirits watched over the people. And so, the saints did not replace the legends, instead, they became a part of them, their sacred stories woven into the tapestry of myth and folklore. The life of Saint David is a story of quiet miracles and profound faith. Born in the 6th century, David was said to be a man of such deep spiritual strength that wherever he walked, miracles bloomed. There's a tale of how, while preaching to a crowd, the earth beneath him rose to form a hill, so that all could see and hear him. A white dove, the symbol of divine presence, descended upon his shoulder. This image of David standing on a hill, bathed in heavenly light, became one of the most enduring symbols in Welsh Christianity. But David's story did not exist in isolation. The people of Wales, still steeped in their old ways, saw in David something familiar, something that reminded them of the myths they had cherished for generations. His power to command the natural world, to make the earth rise at his feet, echoed the abilities of ancient Welsh gods and heroes who had also shaped the land. In David, they saw not just a saint but a figure who stood at the intersection of their old world and the new Christian faith. Saints like David were often incorporated into the existing mythologies in ways that felt seamless. The boundaries between saintly miracles and mythic powers blurred as the people embraced both. For centuries, stories of shape-shifting gods, enchanted wells, and mystical trees had been part of the soul of Wales. The saints, in a way, took on the mantle of these older spirits. The sacred wells that once belonged to goddesses like Ceridwen became wells of healing associated with the saints. The sacred groves, once home to the old gods, became places of Christian pilgrimage. But the magic of these places didn't disappear. It transformed, taking on new meanings while still holding on to the mystery and wonder of the past. The legends of the saints carried with them the echoes of the land. Saint Melangel, for example, became known for her deep connection to nature. It is said that she was a protector of animals, and in one story, a hare fleeing from hunters took refuge in her cloak. The hunters, seeing this holy woman protecting the creature, laid down their weapons. This image of Melangel as a protector of wildlife carries the same spirit as the old Celtic reverence for nature, where animals were seen as sacred beings and the land was alive with magic. And then there was St. Colin, whose story took him to the mythical Glastonbury Tor, a place that many believed to be connected to the otherworld. According to the tale, Colin found himself face to face with Gwyn ap Nudd, the king of the fairies and lord of the dead. Gwyn, a figure rooted in the ancient Welsh otherworld, invited Colin to join him in his otherworldly realm, where the lines between life and death blurred. But Colin, armed with the power of Christian faith, resisted, driving Gwyn away with holy water. This story is a perfect example of how the saints walked in the spaces between myth and faith. Gwyn ap Nudd, a figure of ancient power, did not disappear from the stories. Instead, he met the saints, and together, their stories told of the changing spiritual landscape. These sacred legends were more than just tales, they were part of the living experience of the people. Pilgrimages to the shrines of saints like David, Melangel, and Colin became a way for the people to connect with the divine, much as they had once connected with the gods and spirits of their ancestors. The landscapes of Wales, with its ancient hills, forests, and rivers, were imbued with a sense of the sacred, and the saints were seen as the keepers of this sacredness. In many ways, the saints took on roles that had once belonged to the Druids, the bards, and the ancient seers of the land. They became mediators between the physical world and the spiritual, standing at the threshold between what was seen and what was unseen. For those who wish to delve deeper into the intertwining of saints and myth in Welsh culture, scholarly works like The Early Christian Saints of Wales by Wendy Davies or The Welsh Saints, A Study in Patterned Lives by J. Wyn Evans offer rich insights into how the saints were venerated and their stories passed down. Research papers such as Saints, Myths, and Sacred Landscapes in Early Medieval Wales by Nancy Edwards can provide a more academic exploration of this fascinating intersection between myth and faith. As the centuries passed, the stories of the saints became legend. They were celebrated in poetry, song, and art, their deeds immortalized in the pages of history and the hearts of the people. But beneath these Christian tales, the old myths still stirred. The gods and heroes of Wales had not vanished, they had simply taken new forms. The saints, with their miracles and divine power, became a bridge between the ancient and the modern, carrying with them the weight of both worlds. Today, as the winds blow across the hills of Wales and the sunlight dapples the valleys, one can still feel the presence of the saints. The sacred wells still offer their healing waters, the ancient trees still stand tall, and the stories of David, Melangel, and Colin still linger in the air. Their legends are a testament to the resilience of faith and the power of story. They remind us that the lines between myth and reality, between past and present, are not so clear-cut. Instead, they weave together, creating a tapestry that is rich, vibrant, and alive with meaning. Further resources like The Cult of Saints in Wales by Alan Thacker or Christianity and the Transformation of the Welsh Landscape by Jane Cartwright are also great for a deeper exploration into how these saints influenced the culture, belief systems, and sacred geography of Wales. These works explore how the saints were remembered and venerated, shedding light on the enduring legacy of these sacred figures. In the end, the legends of the saints are more than just stories of faith. They are stories of a people, a land, and a time where the divine touched the earth, and the old and new worlds met, forever shaping the soul of Wales. Welsh mythology breathes life into tales of adventure and wonder, stories that echo through time, resonating with the very essence of human experience. These legends speak of heroes, gods, and magical creatures that capture the imagination, and their influence can be felt in the pages of modern fantasy literature and pop culture. This is a journey of connection, a bridge between ancient tales and contemporary storytelling, where the heart of Welsh mythology beats strongly in the works of iconic authors like J.R.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis. From the misty mountains of Wales, where dragons soared and heroes faced impossible odds, emerges a world rich with inspiration. The legends of King Arthur, the enchanting landscape of Annwn, and the fierce battles of gods and spirits have shaped the foundation of fantasy as we know it today. Each story holds a mirror to our own desires, fears, and hopes, inviting us into a space where the impossible becomes possible. In these myths, we find a truth that resonates deep within us, a call to adventure that stirs the soul. J.R.R. Tolkien, one of the most beloved fantasy writers of all time, found a profound connection to Welsh mythology. Born in South Africa, Tolkien's roots traced back to England, yet the lyrical beauty of the Welsh language and its legends spoke to him. He often drew from this rich tapestry of tales when crafting his own worlds. Middle-earth, with its rolling hills, deep forests, and mighty mountains, mirrors the breathtaking landscapes of Wales. The struggle between good and evil, embodied in characters like Frodo and Gandalf, can be seen as a reflection of the ancient battles fought by heroes of Welsh folklore. The influence of Welsh mythology is particularly evident in the character of the dragon. In the stories of Wales, dragons symbolize strength, power, and mystery. This is echoed in Tolkien's Smaug, a creature both feared and misunderstood, who hoards treasure and represents greed. Smaug, like the dragons of Welsh legends, captivates us with his grandeur and ignites our imaginations. As readers, we feel the thrill of adventure coursing through our veins, pulling us into a world where courage and hope shine bright. C.S. Lewis, another literary giant, also drew from Welsh mythology in his own works. The Chronicles of Narnia brim with echoes of ancient tales, weaving together themes of sacrifice, bravery, and redemption. Just as Welsh myths often feature ordinary individuals who rise to become extraordinary heroes, Lewis's characters journey through trials that test their strength and resolve. The mystical creatures, enchanted landscapes, and powerful forces of good and evil resonate deeply, reminding us that we all have a part to play in the grand story of life. The most iconic example of this influence is the portrayal of Aslan, the great lion in the Chronicles of Narnia. Aslan is a figure of sacrifice and resurrection, drawing parallels to the themes found in Welsh mythology. His character embodies the struggle against darkness and the promise of hope, reflecting the timeless battle between light and shadow that has existed in stories for centuries. In the tales of old, heroes often faced overwhelming odds, but they triumphed through faith and courage. Lewis reminds us of this in every page, igniting a fire within our hearts to believe in our own potential. Beyond Tolkien and Lewis, Welsh mythology has seeped into modern fantasy culture in countless ways. Television series, films, and games are awash with characters and stories inspired by ancient tales. The allure of Arthurian legends continues to grip audiences, with adaptations breathing new life into the mythos. The image of Excalibur, the legendary sword, remains a powerful symbol of heroism and honor, inspiring countless adaptations and interpretations. Each retelling pays homage to the rich history of Wales while infusing contemporary perspectives into the timeless narratives. As the stories of the past blend with the present, we find ourselves enchanted by the beauty of these connections. The themes of bravery, friendship, and the eternal struggle against darkness resonate deeply, transcending time and culture. Whether it's through the epic quests of Middle-earth or the magical lands of Narnia, the influence of Welsh mythology serves as a guiding light, reminding us that we all have the strength to overcome our fears and pursue our dreams. The impact of Welsh mythology on modern fantasy is not merely confined to literature. It extends into art, music, and popular culture, shaping how we perceive heroism and magic. Video games draw upon these ancient tales, allowing players to become part of a living narrative that honors the traditions of the past while embracing the innovations of the future. The sense of adventure and discovery pulls us in, urging us to explore the landscapes of our own imagination and beyond. As the stories unfold, we come to understand that the heart of Welsh mythology lies in its ability to connect us to our shared humanity. Each tale carries lessons that echo through the ages. The resilience of the heroes, the wisdom of the wise, and the mystery of the unknown remind us of the journey we all undertake. We are all, in some way, seeking our own Excalibur, our own path to greatness, and the courage to face the dragons that stand in our way. In a world that often feels disconnected, these myths bridge the gap between the past and the present, weaving threads of magic into our everyday lives. They invite us to dream, to hope, and to believe in the power of storytelling. Through the works of Tolkien, Lewis, and countless others, Welsh mythology continues to inspire and uplift, reminding us that the stories we tell shape our understanding of who we are and who we can become. As we walk through life, let us carry the spirit of these ancient tales with us. Let the legends of Wales fill our hearts with courage, our minds with wonder, and our souls with the knowledge that within us lies the strength to forge our own destinies. Each story is a reminder that we are part of something much larger, a beautiful tapestry of dreams, struggles, and triumphs that connect us all. Through the magic of Welsh mythology, we find ourselves renewed, inspired, and forever enchanted by the endless possibilities that lie ahead. Amid the rolling hills and ancient castles of Wales lies a treasure trove of stories waiting to be remembered. These tales, rich with magic, heroism, and mystery, are not just echoes of the past, they are the lifeblood of Welsh culture. The revival and preservation of Welsh mythology today is a heartfelt journey that connects generations, breathing life into legends that have shaped the identity of a nation. In recent years, there has been a beautiful movement to keep these stories alive, ensuring that the wisdom and wonder of the past do not fade away. It starts with the Welsh language, a melodic tongue that dances on the lips of its speakers. Efforts to promote the language in schools, communities, and media are vital in keeping the myths vibrant. As children learn to speak and write in Welsh, they unlock a world of stories filled with dragons, heroes, and enchanted places. Each lesson in the language opens a door to the past, allowing young minds to connect with their heritage and the rich tapestry of Welsh folklore. The stories themselves are being retold in new and creative ways, resonating with both old and new audiences. Authors, artists, and filmmakers are embracing the legends of Wales, reimagining them for a modern audience while staying true to their roots. A new generation of storytellers is rising, drawing inspiration from the old tales, yet weaving their own threads of experience and emotion into the fabric of the narrative. These modern retellings spark curiosity and excitement, inviting people to rediscover the magic of Welsh mythology. Books filled with fresh interpretations of ancient legends find their way into homes and libraries, igniting imaginations and keeping the stories alive. Whether it's the tales of Arthur and his knights, the haunting beauty of the Lady of the Lake, or the fierce battles of the red and white dragons, these stories are being passed down, reminding everyone of the importance of their cultural identity. The resurgence of interest in these myths offers a sense of belonging, creating a bond between the past and the present. Festivals and events celebrate Welsh culture, showcasing traditional music, dance, and storytelling. In these vibrant gatherings, people come together to honor their ancestors and share the tales that have shaped their community. Children listen wide-eyed as elders recount stories of bravery, love, and magic, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the words. In these moments, the air is thick with connection and nostalgia, as families gather to remember where they came from and the legends that bind them. In a world that often feels fast-paced and disconnected, the revival of Welsh mythology serves as a reminder of the beauty of storytelling. The myths carry not just the adventures of heroes, but also the values and morals that resonate with life today. Themes of friendship, loyalty, and the struggle between good and evil echo in every tale, connecting generations across time. These stories remind us of our shared humanity, teaching us lessons that are as relevant today as they were centuries ago. Furthermore, the digital age has played a significant role in keeping Welsh mythology alive. Social media platforms and online communities allow enthusiasts to share their love for these tales, connecting people from all over the world. Podcasts, YouTube channels, and blogs explore the intricacies of Welsh folklore, creating a vibrant online space where people can learn and discuss. This digital revival ensures that the stories are accessible, inspiring even those who may have never set foot in Wales to feel the pull of its enchanting myths. Art also plays a significant part in this revival. Artists draw inspiration from the rich landscape and folklore, creating stunning visuals that depict scenes from the legends. Whether it's illustrations of brave knights battling dragons or serene images of mystical lakes, these artworks breathe new life into the old tales. They serve as a reminder that the magic of Welsh mythology can be found in every brushstroke, inviting viewers to explore the beauty of their culture through creativity. As these stories find new life, they resonate with those who feel lost or disconnected. They become a source of comfort, a reminder that everyone has a place in this grand narrative. Welsh mythology offers hope and inspiration, teaching us that we can all be heroes in our own lives, that love can conquer all, and that even in the darkest times, light will shine through. The ancient legends hold the power to heal, to connect, and to inspire those who hear them. Through the revival and preservation of Welsh mythology, a flame is reignited, a flame that illuminates the path for future generations. Each effort to share these stories is a thread woven into the tapestry of Welsh identity, reminding us that we are all part of something greater. The legends of Wales continue to inspire hearts and minds, shaping the stories of tomorrow while honoring the voices of the past. In the quiet corners of Wales, where myths linger like whispers in the wind, the spirit of the stories remains strong. The revival of Welsh mythology is not just about preserving history, it is a celebration of culture, an embrace of identity, and a heartfelt invitation to dream. As long as there are those willing to tell the tales, the magic will endure, lighting the way for all who seek to find their place in this beautiful, intertwined story of life.